Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. For the record, all members present and accounted for. We'll move on to a modification of rules for public comment. At the May 4th meeting, council approved having all public comment occur during citizen communication to help with running an orderly meeting. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Testimony regarding the land use hearing on tonight's agenda will occur during that hearing. We will continue this practice unless any council member wants to make a motion to go back to having public comment on resolutions and ordinance separately. At this time, is there anybody wishing to make that motion? Seeing no request to make a motion, we will continue with citizen comment. Citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may become before council. Please revise such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, council must wait until administrative council business in order to take action in response to citizen communication. The city required advance registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you are currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Whenever you're called, please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. The first on the list this evening is Susan Kokovar.
Susan, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes. I am trying to unmute. I'm not sure why it's not unmuting. Give me just a moment. I apologize.
Is that better?
There you go. Thank you, Susan. You have 3 minutes once you start.
Thank you. I'm Susan Kochevar. I own the 88 Drive-In Theater at 8780 Rosemary Street, and I reside in Commerce City at 10851 Chambers Way. Today, I sent an open letter to the City Council to raise a serious issue I've been experiencing with the city manager, some city staff, the police department, and the fire department. I won't read the letter, but I do have a few additional comments. Some city staff see the businesses as a sim video game, but you cannot just click and drag a business. These are people's lives. It's how they feed their families, provide jobs, serve the community. It's tough to start and grow a business. Following this shutdown, most likely won't survive. Commerce City will need everyone. Businesses also provide taxes and fees so that the roads can be repaired and other services done. There seems to be very little respect and trust coming from the city towards the businesses. Businesses need a staff who is always accountable to the city council, who are elected to represent us. I have not had income since we closed last October. 2 of my staff members are living in a greenhouse as a result of the shutdown. I submit it's easy to say a business should shut down when you are still receiving your income. And this references the letter earlier today. One of the things I learned in 2014 was a city has an entire PR department it can use, an attorney, and access other governmental agencies that can be used to harass small businesses. In 2014, I submitted a Colorado open records request, and I discovered this Commerce City Police Department had been surveilling my business for a full year, trying to tag every emergency within a mile of my business, even in the winter. They were trying to paint my business as a nuisance. I also learned in 2014 that I'm not the only business experiencing these issues. Most are too afraid to speak up. It seems to be common knowledge that Commerce City is hard to deal with when someone is trying to build or grow a new business. We must work to change this situation. We must work to change this negative culture. The city needs to do whatever it can to help businesses get open, not fight them. I am happy to have coffee to discuss this situation or put together a small business roundtable. Our friends and neighbors have been through a lot, and it's going to take everyone to rebuild. Citizens need a place to rest and recharge. Sitting in your car, on your tailgate, or on your lawn chair on a warm summer's evening with a breeze blowing, sharing popcorn with your family, watching a movie is just the ticket. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next on the list is Shayna Oliver. Did you get that, Dylan?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm trying to go through the list here. I am not seeing, unless I'm missing it, Shayna in the meeting right now. Shayna, if you're in here, if you could hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand feature. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm not seeing her on the list or anybody using the raise hand feature.
Thank you. Next on the list is Lisa Goodmanson.
Same thing, Lisa, if you're in the meeting, if you could either use the raise hand function or the *9 if you're on your phone, and we'll get you in. But Mayor, I don't see her in the meeting either.
Thank you. Next on the list is Steve Douglas.
There we are. Mr. Douglas, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak tonight. It's been 11 weeks since March 16th, and all we have talked about so far is one person and oil and gas, and not very much focused on our citizens and the need of the dire emergency of our citizens and businesses in need. Last year, the budget that you're currently working with was already approved by the past council. So this council needs to focus on what's going to happen, not only the rest of this year, but by the year next year as well. The decisions that you make with this pandemic, everybody's watching and listening to what's going on. So when mistakes are made, unfortunately, those are going to be focused on more than they have in the past. And then when things are done well, we can rejoice together. But at this time, there are so many things happening, and I would like to know where the other $6,600,000 out of $9 million is from the Suncor suit. How that 2.4 is going to be allocated, and then right now, how much money has been spent on oil and gas over the last 9 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Christy Douglas.
Steve, I'm assuming Christy's on the line with you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's right.
All right, Christy, you have 3 minutes once you begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Christy Douglas. I'm a resident and community member of Commerce City. Thank you for the opportunity to have my voice heard tonight. I have so much that I could speak on tonight with all this going on with the COVID pandemic. My husband is the frontline worker, essential worker, but in actuality now I find out that he's actually really a disposable worker who the elite executives need to work their businesses. The hero pay was terminated just recently, acting as though the pandemic is over and the virus magically went away. And then my husband's health and life isn't in jeopardy anymore, and it is. $2 an hour is chump change to the executives, but it's a week's worth of putting food on our table, providing that my husband doesn't get sick or, God forbid, something worse. Then there was the light cast on what Black Lives Matters really means. with the viral public lynching of George Floyd, I wanted to stand with protesters who were protesting to honor those who have been subjected to the brutality of racism. I don't know what it's like to wake up in black skin every day, but I do know what it's like to fear for my family every second of every day, because they don't have that choice. They don't have the same privileges I do. But because of the protest, I didn't get to protest. And I'm really sad about that, because I had to stay home and work on fighting the oil and gas guys from taking over my community. That's not what I want to talk about tonight, though. I'm sorry. Instead, I'd like to talk about the last council meeting. Once again, I don't want to single anyone out, but it really looks like there's someone pulling strings here, or at least pulling the wool over some of your eyes. I'm appalled. Some of you made it look like the city's manager review was an out and out emergency, and that he hasn't worked really, really hard to get us through this COVID crisis, and that he shouldn't be commended for that. And then I'm sorry. Then there's the fact that the 2.4 million in fines, it's the city's to distribute. That's not the truth. And then that a company called Canary was the answer to monitor the horrible pollution we subject our residents to in the name of balancing our budget and hobnobbing with Suncor executives. Wow. And that any one of you has the right to throw up visuals to push whatever your personal agenda might be, what you have in mind. Anyway, I wish I could say that this makes for good entertainment, but I'm really sad to say that it doesn't. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I went over my time. Please know that I'll be watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Renee Millard Chacon.
Renee, I'm going to unmute you, and you have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Kuali Wali. Buenas noches. Good evening. My name is Renee Millard Chacon. I'm the Mexica woman with ancestors from southern Colorado, New Mexico. I currently reside in Commerce City. I'm an indigenous Chicana activist, educator at Spirit of the Sun, and most importantly, mother of 2 sons. I am determined more than ever through this Black Lives Matter crisis to fight for social justice and climate justice for my children and for future generations. We live on the land of the Cheyenne, Ute, and Arapaho people, now called Denver, Colorado, and Commerce City. I ask you to remember this because the health and welfare of the land and people were once considered sacred to those that came before, and still is to those wanting a renewable future. After 8 years in the U.S. Navy with my husband, we now reside in Commerce City and bought a home here. But it has become known for the insidious pollution of Suncor and other extractive industries choking POCs for decades of proven deadly environmental racism that needs to be addressed now more than ever. In fact, the home we just bought last year now has the full view of the fracking site they propose to put right near me and my children's school that I substitute teach at. Learn from the women before me to have the resilient perspective of survivorship, from fully realizing predatory targeting by industries to exploit resources and people. In fact, we're the first victims of that in America. Unfortunately, going on to this day from the disgraceful epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous children, men, women, Two-Spirits, and there is no accountability or intervention from truck stops to man camps to intervene on a federal, state, or city level to protect these victims. We've survived this for centuries and we know what predators look like. We're asking you to protect us from them. Under Trump and the EPA, who has currently ignored sound science of particle pollution that could save thousands of lives during this generation's worst pandemic. Shamefully, EPA's administrator, Andrew Wheeler, has refused to strengthen the current national standards of deadly particulate pollutions and has limited public participation of this public health threat, not adequately protecting Americans further during the national health emergency of COVID-19 that has hit and polluted via Black and Indigenous people of color neighborhoods, rural and urban the hardest. Again, we're asking you to protect us. We already have evidence of low standards in Colorado being so harmful now. We have children breathing in poisonous benzene at Bella Romero with nosebleeds. I'm a teacher. I've seen this. This isn't a warning to Colorado or what can happen if you leaders do continue to be more harmful than heroic. It's already proven what is happening in Colorado during this current health standards being too weak and not adequately protecting us at all from particle pollution and health effects from premature death, heart attacks, strokes, heart disease, congestive heart failure, asthma attacks, and long-term exposure dramatically increasing the risk of COVID, resulting in death. We need you to stand up for us and be our heroes. When science is disregarded and racism can still be perpetuated by a deadly flesh for caste business that has become extractive industries and exploitation. The land and people I love of Colorado, I warn you, will be the first to fall prey. Add in a pandemic in marginalized communities without protection and enforcement for clean air and water. You're choking our future generations before they even have a chance to grow. I ask you to stop protecting predatory polluters and start responding to America's environmental human needs. 70% of voters in the Keating research for the Colorado State Legislature has recently supported having more clean airs to protect the public from toxic pollutants. I ask you in the years of this voting year to please keep in mind what Colorado voters, local property owners, and mothers like me want to have for healthy air and water for our children. As an Indigenous woman, I'm asking you to stand up for all those that have already been marginalized environmental racism, including Black Lives Matters. I thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next on the list is Erica Cervantes.
There she is. Erica, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Erica, and I'm a climate justice organizer for Colorado People's Alliance, a member-led community organization that has been doing work in this community for the last years around air and water contamination. We are subjected to lacking basic resources, clean air to breathe. A lot of things have changed due to COVID-19. Something that hasn't stopped is the pollution being pumped into our communities. Contracting COVID-19 at higher rates. Stop killing us. Listen to your community. Public health. It's the only thing decent to do at this time. There's a helpless feeling that comes from innocence that can kill you in your sleep or while you sit on your couch. You're tired, but we won't give up. We will fight at the local, state, and the national level. I ask you to do your part. I ask you to stop supporting corporate polluters and to put people over profit. Our humanity is tied to yours, and our children will see the effects of the decisions you choose to make today. Please consider thinking of everybody, not just yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we go back to Steve Douglas for comments regarding ordinance 2268.
Yes, I had a question. So I have to speak now in the ordinance. I can't hear the presentation and then speak then.
Earlier in the meeting, I went over the rules of public comment that everything other than the land use item would occur during this part of the meeting.
All right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is on the weed ordinance in large tract properties, if that's correct. And my concern is mostly with the residential, within the residential that's being built, we got a lot of weeds near hard corners, and the weeds are out of control. And they have been cutting I'd say the areas around like storm drain areas where the water flows. So the weeds are mowed down, but other areas that are hard corners, the weeds are all at least 3 feet tall. And, you know, with the Metro District, there's no fines like we fine our large property owners, $300 for the first notice, $300 for the second, $500 for the third notice. The fourth being almost $1,000. I don't believe residential, the Metro District falls under the same penalty, and I could be wrong. So if things are going to be structured out, I think they all need to be fined the same and not one versus the other. So that's all I have to say right now. Like I said, I wanted to hear the presentation before I speak, but those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Thomas Kirkmeyer, who also wishes to speak regarding ordinance 2268.
Thomas, if you're on the line, if you could either hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. There he is. Thomas, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Kirkmeyer. Address is 14200 Powhatan Road, Brighton, Colorado. Just wanted to voice our opinion on the ordinance, the weed ordinance. We operate a large farm. We farm out of everything we farm, about 1,500 acres is in Commerce City, where you guys are proposing this change to the weed ordinance. We feel it's just going to create a problem with for one, the fines are just going to pile up. And the way we understand it, there's not going to be any type of time to correct for the infraction. It's just going to be an instant penalty. Whereas I think the problem is all the absentee property owners that are not taking care of their property, whereas the folks that are taking care of their property are going to be the ones penalized the most over this. And we just feel that if we take and we're mowing these large tract properties, the 20-foot perimeter on the right of way, if we're mowing them 8 inches or less, we're obviously taking away our buffer from the public is for the reason for these grass areas. And I believe it's going to cause quite an erosion problem. Once the vegetation starts dying off from being mowed consecutively multiple times, we're gonna start seeing more wind and water erosion and snow blowing and vice versa across the road. So we just wanted to voice our concerns about what it's going to do with keeping us people safe from the agricultural operations that are taking place with that 20-foot buffer that we have, grassy areas around the right-of-ways to keep everybody safe and just keep everything good. I feel the 16-inch rule was sufficient and easy to follow. The 8-inch rule is going to be impossible. I mean, if we get 2 rains in a week, it's going to be 16 inches tall. I mean, it's going to be extremely tough to keep up with this the way it's proposed. So I do appreciate your time, council and mayor, and hopefully we can figure something on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is presentations. The first presentation is an update on the city's response to the COVID-19 crisis. Will Deputy City Manager Tinklenberg provide an update on the city's overall response to the COVID-19 crisis?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just want to start off by saying our mission here with city staff is to serve and protect. And during the pandemic, that has not been easy. There are no guidebooks that are out there for how a local government should deal with a worldwide pandemic. So that's just my introductory comment. I'll turn it over to City Attorney Sheasley to see what he has to update.
Mr. Mayor, if I may real quick.
Yes.
Can I just state for the record that members of the public were able to submit written comment online and by mail, and written comments received were included in the updated agenda packet published earlier today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have news this evening. This afternoon, the governor issued a new executive order that is titled Safer at Home and in the Vast Great Outdoors, which is essentially the same Safer at Home order that we've been operating under. It is a much reduced order because it largely delegates the definition power about businesses and the various standards of the order to CDPHE and other agencies. We are waiting to see what that initial public health order from under this new executive order looks like. CDPHE is also working through a number of guidance documents that they've issued, beginning with restaurants and sports camps, youth camps that are available on their website. And I think the general idea that I've been able to gather in the last hour is that if it is not addressed in the executive order or in a public health order, a business can operate subject to the standards established by CDPHE in those orders. This order is in effect for 30 days from today. Effective today, also child day camps and youth sport camps are allowed to open. CDPHE has posted draft guidance that is out there for various sectors, including places of worship, personal recreation, which includes parks, outdoor pools, and recreational sports, and the outdoor industry. So for anyone watching and anyone interested, those guidance documents are published on CDPHE's website with a deadline of June 3rd to provide comments. So I expect later in the week we'll see final documents like that. And the last thing I wanted to note is that late last week, the governor again extended a number of executive orders, including the order that suspended evictions and utility disconnections. I believe for another 15 days, it may extend further beyond that, but that did not expire at the end of the month. With that, I will pass that off to Chief Nichols. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. For the COVID-19 update, late last Friday, the decision was made to begin the process of shutting down the Emergency Operations Center. So last Friday was at 5 p.m. was the last time the Emergency Operations Center was fully up and running. Having said that, the incident management team is still in place. Myself and the city's emergency manager are still responding to the incident and taking a look at the variety of public health orders and the way in which we can increase efficiency in the city as it relates to this COVID-19 crisis. So rest assured, we still do have a team in place that is monitoring, taking action and making decisions with regards to what we should be doing in relations to COVID-19. I do know that, or is my understanding that last week, the task force that had been created to look at the reopening of the city was forwarded to City Council for their suggestions and feedback. We look forward to that, and we'll begin to work on that immediately so that we can, again, plan towards getting the city reopened back up to the public. On a secondary note, I sent a message out to council advising each of you that the police department, as part of our mutual aid agreement response with the other metro regions, sent some members of our department down to Denver to assist them with the protests and planned events that were taking place down there. They've been down there since, I believe, Friday, and my understanding is they're down there again tonight and will be available for them as long as this occurs. On that note, I will pass it to DCM Smith.
Thank you, Chief Nichols. Good evening, Council. I have a COVID update from our internal services departments for you tonight. The second round of grant funding for businesses and nonprofits opens on Wednesday, June 3rd at 8 a.m. and closes on Monday, June 8th at 5 p.m. to qualifying Commerce City businesses and nonprofits. The business grant program for this round is capped at $200,000 and $128,529 for nonprofits. Details for the grant program can be found online at c3gov.com/COVID-19 grants. Adams County is also using $2.78 million from their CARES Act funding for a new mini grant program for businesses. The Board of County Commissioners will hear and hopefully approve tomorrow $375,000 allocated for Commerce City businesses. Local chambers of commerce will assist in administering the grant and will be giving a 10% administrative fee for doing so. Restaurants in Colorado were allowed to reopen for limited sit-down, dine-in services last week in accordance with updated state guidelines. In addition, city staff worked hard to get an ordinance in front of council to adopt to allow restaurants to operate by expanding their dining areas and outdoor spaces. Those permits will be available to go into effect July 1 and will continue and be valid through October 31st. While there were a number of staff members across the organization who were involved in creating this program, the city attorney, Mr. Sheasley, is to be commended for his efforts to get this program off the ground at lightning speed. Commerce City Census partnership with local restaurants program kicks off here the first day in June. Participating restaurants will include census reminder cards and stickers in takeout bags as part of a Takeout Tuesday promotion. This promotion aims to connect Commerce City residents with local restaurants while sharing census information. The trash and recycling page is now the second most frequently viewed page after the city's homepage. 1,704 people viewed that page in the last 2 weeks. In terms of social media, public safety posts continue to trend as our #1 followed social media post. There was a vehicle break-in in Turnberry neighborhood that was posted with more than 21,000 residents who viewed that. Second most popular post was that for celebrating local high school graduates. That post was seen by nearly 8,000 people. New public art was installed along Tower Road this past week. The art series includes sculptures inspired by native plants in the region. The city and the Cultural Council commissioned the art with funding provided by the Capital Improvement Project's 1% for the Arts Fund and the Scientific and Cultural Facilities District. The CAFR is tentatively scheduled to be presented to City Council on June 22nd. And our finance department has submitted the first invoice request to Adams County for 1/3 payment of the CARES Act allocation, which totals $4.6 million. This initial invoice was $1.5 million. Contactless payment machines have been ordered and some have been installed at City Hall at some of our front counter locations. We have 86 active audits in process. 12 audits have been postponed due to COVID-19, and that's down from 18 in my last report. The effects of COVID-19 on business sales and use tax will not be evident until our April tax filings have been received, and that'll be after June 10th. The city clerk received business licenses applications, 10 of those, and 18 open records requests. Colorado Department of Health and Environment will come visit our municipal court on Tuesday, and they will provide us some feedback and recommendations about our plan as appropriate. Beginning on Wednesday, all court staff will be present to work normal hours between 8 and 5, including the court clerk to conduct hearings. The courtroom has been arranged to accommodate a maximum of 25 parties with chairs spaced at least 6 feet apart. Under current city policy, all people entering the city facility must be temperature screened and wear a mask. Tables have been set apart at the rear of the courtroom for the prosecuting attorney, the defendant or a defendant, and an interpreter if needed. There's also been plexiglass installed in between those folks. Microphones at the defendant and prosecutor tables have been outfitted with disposable covers placed over them. They will have to be changed out and removed in between the different docket times that we've established. And a day porter has been hired to help disinfect the entire courtroom and change these microphone covers in between the docket times. It will require 3 security guards to run our municipal court operation in this current configuration, and that's an increase in expenditures from our previous setup. Moving on to human resources, we have 369 full-time employees out of 401 budgeted, 77 VHEs, part-time or seasonal, and 204 VHEs have gone under the furlough. We currently have 37 vacant full-time positions. I found it interesting to note that it's estimated that between legal and HR, just to sort out the guidance and the laws that have come to us from the federal government, the state, and the health orders, we've spent over 500 hours reading those laws and regulations, drafting new regulations for the city, and providing training for our employees. We are going to renew the benefits with UHC, and we'll begin negotiating with UHC for those benefits in the near future. HR is also launching their wellness challenge for the month of June, which is called Coast to Coast. And they're working with Parks, Rec, and Golf to offer virtual wellness fitness classes for employees. Last week, IT opened 61 tickets, help desk tickets. Year-to-date total is just a little over 1,200. And following their last week, they held the following public webinars: one for the URA meeting on 5/28 and a QCF meeting on 5/26. That concludes my update. I now turn it over to Deputy City Manager Tiefenberg.
Thank you, Troy. Turning to the external departments, again, staff has been working on the assistance programs as well as preparing for the 2021 budget. As Troy mentioned, there's quite a number of vacant positions. We have frozen hiring at this point, and so doing the best we can with the existing staff. Specifically for community development, I wanted to give you an update that the comprehensive plan is in the works, and there's a staff meeting coming up on the 5th to kick that program off, and then it'll be on the City Council's June 15 agenda for discussion with City Council. Regarding environmental quality, there was a public comment regarding that. We have been in discussions with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment regarding air quality testing. And once we have a program that looks like it may meet your expectations, we'll be bringing that to you to see if in fact it is what you want. And we'll have continuing discussions with CDPHE. In terms of development that's under review, there have been meetings with ULC and Colorado Housing Finance Authority regarding the project at 72nd in Colorado. So that project is continuing on. At 104th and Joliet, we have interest in 1 to 2 million square feet of industrial property buildings. And so staff is working actively with the interested party to be able to get that to take place and go underway. Cast property, there was a proposal now to rezone their property number 4 to straight I-2 zoning, and that will allow them to plan for a 300,000 square foot industrial building. Legato, there's ongoing discussions there. Their infrastructure plat and PUD permit are under review, and as well as their design guidelines. Buckley Crossing, the Carlson land is currently looking at initiating a PUD amendment, and staff have been in discussions with them regarding that. Regarding Reunion, I wanted to mention to you that I met with Oakwood to discuss a possible extension of a sales and use tax agreement that's been in place since 2001, which reimburses them for city improvements that they built. For an example, they built the first segment of 104th Avenue widening. And so this would be an extension to that agreement for other streets. And we will bring that to City Council on June 15 for your review and input, and also guidance to us as we negotiate a possible extension to that agreement. And then Mahe Greyhound Park, you were part of the extension of that public purchase and sale agreement, sorry, and also the master development agreement. They are currently working on their parcel D2 terminology adjustment, and we expect that to be submitted this week. Aspen Hills Apartments, that project has been in the works for a number of months, and we expect to see the final documents come in on that so that that project can proceed. Oil and gas, of course, you know that there's a study session coming up on June 8th, and then from City Council guidance, then it'll be taken to the Planning Commission on June 23, and then back to Council in July. So that would be July 6 and July 20. Planning Commission, they have a special meeting coming up on June 23, and that's for Stadium Auto Parts, Nativity Lutheran rezoning, and the oil and gas LDC updates. And then Building Safety Division, again, they're continuing to do remote video inspections, and they conducted showing 1,189 inspections. In addition, there's a number of projects that are in the works. We have a project from Becknell, which is at 8251 Quintero Street. That's for a 90,000 square foot building, and that's nearing approval. There's a 9,000, almost 10,000 square foot office and shop proposed at 10714 Havana Street, and that's under review currently. And then there's a number of smaller projects, 6,000 square foot repair shop, 10,000 square foot covered parking. Here's a large one that's in the works. They've submitted a foundation only permit that's under review. That's at 17776 East 84th Avenue. And that would be for 3 core and shell buildings for a total of 564,000 square feet. And then Huntington Industrial over on 108th Avenue, again, submitted for core and shell buildings. The first one of those is under review. And then 10397 Havana Street, there's 31,000 square foot equipment dealership building for Bobcat of the Rockies, and that's nearing approval. And as I mentioned, there's a number of other small projects that are in the works as well. So a lot of activity going on. Turning over to neighborhood services, this week, neighborhood services will be transitioning back to modified public engagement and enforcement for both CRMs and notices of violations. So there'll be more enforcement activity happening starting this week. And then CDBG, our staff has been negotiating with Maker Housing Partner to get that initial $246,000 from CDBG out the door for mortgage and rent assistance. And that will assist approximately 100 Commerce City families. And then I have a question for you in the council action items later this evening. Just clarification on the 500,000 that you voted on. We want to make sure we understand your intent is that to bring the 246,000 up to a total of 500,000, or is it in addition to the 246,000? So that'll be a question for later this evening, but wanted to alert you that that question is coming to you. Turning to Parks, Recreation, and Golf, the licensed youth camp at Eagle Point started today, and they've had an average of 20 participants. And then 125 senior care packages were picked up on May 28th at Eagle Point. And then additional packages will be delivered to those who were not able to pick those up. Eagle Point improvements. The painting is finished in the building. There is still work being done on the fire suppression system that needed to be completed in the pool area. And that will be happening in the June 16 to 19 timeframe. And then there's additional materials that are coming in for other updates. Golf course, of course, that opened on April 27, and through the end of May, 5,320 rounds of golf were played. So it's been receiving active use. The food and beverage sales have increased gradually each month, or each week, I should say. And this most recent week, it came out at just under $6,500 for the week. So again, good progress there. June 1, the First Tee program started in cooperation with Green Valley Ranch, started today. And they had 10 participants in each session. And they're practicing social distancing, and parents are asked to observe from a distance. And the instructors are all wearing masks during check-in and check-out. And then the golf shop also opened up today for customers. The Bison Grill is scheduled to open the dining room and patio on June 5. And again, following the health guidelines, the number of guests will be limited to 50 maximum during that time. And that'll be a soft opening intentionally to help ensure all the Tri-County guidelines are being followed. Turning to Public Works, 72nd in Colorado, that work on Colorado Boulevard is completed except for the gate for the Frico property. And then there's some miscellaneous punch list items that have to be finished off. 88th Avenue, again, I mentioned before, we have converted from a flyover to widening, and staff also submitted a build grant on May 18, and so we'll do follow up on that. And then at 120th Avenue and US 85, staff is working on call it CRISI/FRA grant, and that would entail CDOT, Adams County, and Brighton and FHU working together. And so the request is for $60 million with a local match. Local match would be $7 million from us, $7 million from Adams County, $8 million from CDOT, $6 million from DRCOG, and $3 million from Brighton. And then also asking the UP Railroad to contribute right of way for that project. Vasquez improvements, one of the council members requested additional follow-up there, and so that will be scheduled for your study session next Monday, June 8th. And then on I-270, CDOT is planning to prepare a presentation that will come to City Council for your review before it goes to public outreach, if that's your desire. And I'm assuming that would be your desire. So unless I hear differently, we will plan on that. Turning to some of our smaller projects, Rosemary Street widening, the design work has been awarded to EST, and that will be coordinated with the 88th Avenue widening. Pavement management and flat work, they held the pre-con meetings last week, and the flat work starts this week, and pavement work starts the week of July 6th. Bridge replacement on 112th, they're at 30% design, and they'll have that meeting to review that design on June 16. And then the completion for design is anticipated to be middle of August. And then that will be pending CDOT review. Bridge replacement at Potomac and Peoria, that was awarded to Benish, and we will also have a 30% design meeting with them on June 16. Brighton Road, 104th to 112th, Hewitt Zollers was selected, and that 30% design meeting will be held on June 15, day before the previous ones. And that's a phased project, so it'll start with road rehab and widening, and then later would be bridge replacement. Development, 112th Chambers to Parkside. Again, there's going to be periodic closings on that section. Paving operations there is scheduled to start within the next 2 weeks. And there's been some ongoing dust mitigation issues that several of you have heard about and contacted us regarding. We contacted Oakwood, and they've agreed to contract with Envirotech to treat 112th between Parkside Drive and Tower Road. And Envirotech is planning to be out there next week to do that. So in the meantime, they're supposed to be watering that roadway. And if dust conditions become intolerable again, we'll again follow up with them. The Derby tire building that has been demolished at the corner of 72nd and Highway 2. And that little parcel of ground will have to be regraded, and that's to occur later on this week. So that's a quick overview of external departments. Again, there's a lot of activity going on, and this is a difficult time period, but thankfully staff has been working well to try to keep all of these things going and keep external business going as best we can. So with that, thank you, and we can address any questions if there are any.
Does anyone on council have any questions at this time? Councilman Hurst.
This one might be for Troy. Just wanted to talk about qualifications for our city grant program for small businesses. So, someone reached out and told me that they were denied because they're not necessarily a storefront. They are a child care facility that had to shut down for 2 months. They obviously had a choice, but they made the choice to continue to pay their employees, and then had to open back up at a reduced rate. So less people, less income, same amount of workers. And so they were told they don't qualify for the city grant and didn't qualify for some other grants. So to me, I wanted to talk about what makes you qualify. Those are essential services for folks that have to continue to work, having child daycare or preschool services that were forced to shut down. And then not only did they have to open at a reduced capacity, there's parents out there that were able to change their schedule, or they're now working from home, that are scared to send their kids back. And so they're seeing much reduced income or wages, if you will, to keep the business open. And I obviously think those are very important for our community. So I just wanted to see if we can kind of expand that grant opportunity to small businesses in the community that have a Commerce City business license. And they had one before the COVID-19 crisis began, to see if we can expand who qualifies there, and see if we can have a discussion that, but really, if you could explain to me what those qualifications are so we can better have conversations with business owners that are inquiring, I would be very much appreciative.
So I'll take them in order that I think I heard you ask. They're not the only home-based business that applied and was denied funding, and home-based businesses were not authorized under the grant criteria that was presented to City Council the night we talked about these grants. So we talked about a storefront location within the city. So there are a few other businesses that did apply that were not awarded funds because they were a home-based business. Many other communities followed the same criteria. In fact, Adams counties that will be approved tomorrow, as I understand it, will follow the same criteria as ours, which will essentially eliminate home-based businesses from applying for those grants. And I think the rationale behind that, Councilman Hurst, is that we were targeting businesses that created primary jobs. Not to say that home-based businesses may not be essential or providing an essential service as you've described, but rather that the businesses that were providing primary jobs were the ones that we were going to target the funding towards. In my discussion with other communities, and that was certainly their rationale for doing that. And in the presentation that we provided to council outlining the program, it did have that criteria listed in it, as I recall. So that criteria has not changed, and the marketing materials, the announcement, the criteria, all of that has already gone out the door to the community advertising that. Certainly wouldn't prohibit the council from making a different set of criteria for any future funding that the council wanted to consider. But for this funding, that criteria is what it is. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I just, we'll take it up later, but I just want to talk about, I understand the intention of providing funding for primary employers. But primary employers are having a hard time keeping their employees coming to work during this crisis because they don't have childcare, they don't have school, they don't have. So as we limit that and their ability to operate, it seems pretty essential for our city to continue having those services provided within, whether at a storefront, at a home, at a school, whatever the case may be. So just discussion item for later that I will bring up when it's appropriate.
Okay.
Councilwoman Noble.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you very much, staff, for all of your hard work. That was a comprehensive list of accomplishments during a very difficult period. I was hoping that someone could give us just a brief summary again for people who might be listening as to the domino effect of when these guidelines go into effect, who starts them, how you're able to change them, when we can get a variance or that kind of thing, and if it's even necessary. My question is probably long, but I'm intending it to be as short as it can be, because I think we don't have as much control sometimes as some people may think.
Well,
I believe I would be, Roger, feel free if you'd like.
No, I would defer to you, quite honestly. You know much more about the guidelines. We respond to the guidelines as they come out. So that's really my contribution.
Sure. So Councilmember Noble, let me make sure I answer it correctly. Please cut me off if I'm not answering it. In Colorado, public health orders are issued by either the state Department of Public Health and Environment with direction from the governor based on executive orders, or pursuant to the order of a regional or county health authority. Municipalities typically don't have their own public health authority. In Colorado, I believe the only cities that have their only public health powers are Denver and Broomfield, because they are home rule cities and counties as well. While there is some possibility of creating a municipal public health agency, I don't believe that exists anywhere in Colorado. the state issues orders with very little advance notice to the cities and often with very little input. More recently, they've shifted to issuing draft guidances that allow the public to comment at the same time as other levels of government. That is how we think we're going to be operating going forward. Since the Safer at Home order concept started, what we've seen is for a brief period in Adams County, the public health agency that governs Adams County, which is Tri-County Health Department, also governs Arapahoe and Douglas counties, kept Adams County and Commerce City under the prior stay-at-home order for a few weeks before going into the Safer at Home concept. And in that Safer at Home concept, a county can request a variance from the state public health agency to allow the county itself, a specific municipality, or a specific location or business or type of business within that area, a variance, to allow a variance that requires an application, approval from the Board of County Commissioners, and an application to the state that includes detailed plans and showings that are based in data. And we've seen that on countywide basis, up in the mountains primarily initially. In Denver, there was an application that allowed the Botanic Gardens in Denver specifically to open. And then we may see some specific other entities, cities or counties or businesses applying for those variances as we go forward. So the city has a very limited public health role, which is enforcing public health orders when called upon, and abiding by public health orders largely, and attempting to work with other elected officials and appointed officials to obtain variances, essentially, in addition to the standard police power ordinances that we enforce here. I hope that helps.
It does. It does. I hope it helps everyone. And also, we get daily updates from our public information officer who picks them up from Tri-County Health, as well as Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And here in Commerce City, we were still showing double-digit increases in cases on a daily basis. Rarely was it a single digit. So it is something that we need to be mindful of. And all of us who are out now and enjoying the weather and going to restaurants and stores and so forth, just be mindful that it's still out there. The coronavirus is still out there. So thank you again for all of your work. Really appreciate it. It was a very hard 2 months for everyone, or 3 months. Thank you.
Any other comments on this presentation? Questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to the oil and gas monthly update. Will staff please provide the presentation?
Dominic Martinelli from staff will be giving the presentation. Dominic, just let me know when you're ready for me to go to the next slide.
All right, sounds good, Dylan. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I will be giving the oil and gas monthly update tonight. And we'll go ahead and get started here. So today, the city has 8 oil and gas permits that have previously been submitted and deemed complete. One application, Condor, does not have complete information. This is relatively the same from last month. We can continue on to the next slide, Dylan. The city permits deemed complete. This information is current from the last May 7th meeting. There have been no changes. Next slide. The review schedule, this information is relatively the same. We'll get into a little bit more later on in the presentation as to where we're at in the development review process for the oil and gas permits. Next slide, please. We have not had any changes in the spacing applications. Next slide. The current Form 2 applications. Next slide. And the current Form 2A applications. All of this information has stayed the same since the last monthly update. Next slide, please. And this is information that is included on the map as well. So we have no changes from last month. Next slide. General updates. So we are in the process of reviewing oil and gas permits. We are waiting on Extraction Oil and Gas to provide us resubmitted materials. We should expecting that to be coming in the next 2 to 3 weeks. and we will be continuing on in our review once we receive those materials. As many of you know, there was a telephone town hall that was conducted on Thursday, May 7th. This was attended by roughly 60 community members, and there was a live Spanish translation service where members of the public that were Spanish speakers could actually call in and have the presentation and conversation translated live. That meeting was recorded in full and can be viewed online at c3gov.com/oil and gas. As many of you know, the public comment deadline for comments on our land development code updates ended on Friday, May 29th. We have a total of 221 written submissions that were provided via our form site link, and then about 6 or 7 additional comment letters that came in via email. We're in the process right now of reviewing those comments and going through our study session and getting prepared to talk about some of the potential impacts and any of those that would have impacts to the city. So on Tuesday, June 16th, there was a planning commission public hearing and recommendation that we're planning. So that was moved to June 23rd. We're planning to take these back on Monday, July 6th to council to review ordinance 2266. And then on Monday, July 20th, if passed on first reading, that ordinance would be considered for final approval by city council on second reading. Next slide, please, Dylan. There is one quick update that we wanted to provide, that we received a Form 44 application from the state. This was a notice of work that Extraction Oil and Gas will be removing an off-location flow line in the location denoted on the map. That work will be conducted starting June 19th, 2020. That information was provided to us through the COGCC, and it is in conjunction with the Third Creek West development that is occurring in the area. Next slide, please. Regarding Suncor, this is the standing slide that we've been providing regarding the current updates as it pertains to the refinery. So they do host an up-to-date information page hosted by CDPHE. Don Austin is going to be presenting following this presentation. And we do want to note that on March 17th, or following the March 17th event, there was a spill that occurred on May 7th regarding a sheen in Sand Creek. There has been a significant amount of work and effort to try and identify the source of that, and I will let Don Austin speak to that. Next slide, please. So we presented the Suncor Settlements Fund discussion on March 6th, and during that time, during the last monthly update, we said we would come back to City Council with some discussion of what that potential timeline would look like and what we can expect in terms of a outreach strategy to the public and how staff plans to engage council as well. So as a reminder, local governments and nonprofits that are considered impact communities will have the opportunity to apply for the $2.6 million that was a result of a settlement between CDPHE, the state, and the Suncor refinery. So we've been looking to try and figure out how to potentially apply for some of that money and come up with some ideas and figure out how to apply for that. So next slide, please. So within this timeline, on the city process side, so what we've been currently in the process of doing right now is conducting initial groundwork with basically due diligence, looking at an evaluation of potential projects, submission concepts with some forms of environmental nexus. So basically looking at, based on the guidance that we've gotten from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, what might qualify as a project submission that they're looking for, which has a significant impact to a direct nexus to the impacts of the refinery, and what sort of projects could potentially have positive benefits and impacts. So that can be anything from air quality improvements to water quality, renewable energy development, waste recycling, a number of types of projects that could have some sort of positive community health impact. As part of this, staff has been collaborating with and evaluating potential project partners for grant submission. And then CDPHE staff has been working with us to try and figure out what type of recommendation should be made. Should we partner with other jurisdictions in our submittals? So a lot of that groundwork has been underway at the moment. And then the goal of that would be to develop a list of potential project ideas to bring to the community for feedback. Following that, we would have a study session with City Council to discuss those potential projects that are being contemplated and have been vetted with potential other local governments or nonprofit partners, and then develop some items for staff to go back with in terms of council importance and feedback on the proposed public engagement strategy. Following that study session where we receive feedback from council, we would conduct various feedback with members of the public, nonprofit groups, etc., and try to determine, based on the types of ideas and projects that we're bringing to the community, saying, hey, what do you think? What are your thoughts? What are some ideas that really have weight with the community? And if, let's say, there's 2 or 3 projects that there's general consensus of having a significant positive community health impact, we would move forward with potentially applying for those projects, and then any other considerations that we should make through our public engagement process. Following that, we would provide a formal RFA submission to CDPHE in conjunction with any partners if we do decide to move forward with that. And then one thing that I do want to note on here, staff has had some additional conversations with CDPHE, and because of the coronavirus outbreak, they're expecting to extend the deadline to December for the RFA submission. So there will be probably an additional 2 months from the state process. One thing that I do want to note is that in terms of the CDPHE and their process of reviewing these applications, so the grant money that is being provided was awarded, let me say, so it was between CDPHE and the Suncor Refinery in terms of the negotiation and the settlement agreement that they came to for the $2.6 million. That money needs to be applied for through the grant process, so it hasn't already gone to a specific local government. And they're developing their own public outreach process, which would occur between July and August, where they reach out to the community and start to, and this would be a separate process other than our own, where they essentially form feedback and consensus from stakeholders, and they'll use that information to actually establish and develop a formal evaluation committee that would consist of at least one CDPHE staff liaison, a member of the refinery, so a Suncor staff liaison, and then an undetermined amount of community leaders or partners that are engaged within what they define as the affected communities. So that being said, just kind of an overview and a highlight of what that process will look like and how we intend to engage City Council and the public during that process. So another thing that we want to talk about, as well as Roger brought this up, is we've been engaging the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in addition to the Suncor environmental, the SEP process, so the supplemental environmental projects, developing an environmental initiatives partnership where we're looking to consult the state and some of their feedback and expertise. A lot of it is on air monitoring, but it could be a number of other potential impacts that come out of that in terms of air quality improvements, water quality, and helping to form a true roadmap and guideline for how we address community health impacts in many different areas of Commerce City and start to work towards those types of things. So we've been working with them and are working to collect additional feedback and details that we can provide council during an update coming up here really soon. And with that, I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilman Hurst.
Hey, Tom, great job on the presentation. I appreciate the detail. Because one of my questions was going to be, please explain how the Suncor fines are handled, so we all had a better understanding of that. I think you did a good job there. My one request would be, you talked about developing ideas to apply for the grant, and and then bringing them to the community for discussion. Can you please make it a way that we can accept ideas from the community beforehand so they can be considered in the process early on, and we're not presenting ideas to them and kind of, in a sense, forcing them to decide upon ideas that we created on our own as a team. I think we would get some pretty good ideas from the community to blend with some ideas that I know our staff could come up with, and also have some very good ideas. I just think getting the community involved early and often is the right way to apply for this money, and especially because it's an application process. We can get good input and get the best product out there to better our chances for get the amount. It is most money that we can to provide back to our community for this. So that'd be my only request on that. Otherwise, thank you.
And Councilman Hurst, yes, I think that's certainly a very good idea, and we'll take that back. I think that, yes, the public engagement and the feedback that we had on oil and gas, we'll kind of look and come up with ways that we can engage the public and get potential project submission ideas and those types of things. I think we're really excited to hear what the community has to say. There's a lot that we can do to try and solicit that feedback and turn it into real life tangible projects that have a positive community health benefit and things to that of the environment. One thing that we'll look towards as we do that is to make sure that there's specific guidance on the criteria that CDPHE is looking for. So again, making sure that members of the public know that, number one, this money hasn't already been awarded to the city. And number two, there's a process that has to occur in order for the city to be awarded that funding. So making it clear of what those objectives are and essentially what the intent and the goal of the term paper is essentially.
Yeah, and I appreciate that explanation. Last week I talked about an RFP to look into something, and really what that was, the direction of that was essentially just let's understand what's out there. So when we do bring ideas to the table from the community, from the city side, we understand technology that's available out there. That is not the only thing I'd like us to look at. Obviously, all options are on the table at this point, but I think that's the point we're at right now, is gathering all the options, seeing what benefits those options provide. If it provides the environmental value that we're looking for, then I think it should be considered and discussed. Obviously, there's a long process that goes on before making that decision, but putting everything on the table and throwing some out immediately because they're not good ideas will probably need to happen. And so my 2 cents is that I think we can get some really good ideas and get some good conversation that can lead to other good projects in the future as well if they're not funded through this grant program.
Absolutely.
Councilman Wadiola.
Thank you. I echo what Councilman Hurst is saying, but also, is there a way that the city could help really promote the process? Because I think that's the big misunderstanding. I know I've gotten emails and phone calls and asking what's the city going to do with this money? What's the city going to do with this money? And it's just the educational piece that our residents need to know, because they don't know the process that was laid out. A lot of people don't watch this. And so is there any way that we could help with that? Maybe a one pager that we could put on our social media sites and the website, that this is the process, that how the money is going to be. So hopefully we could help with that. And then the last thing is, if we could definitely recommend kind of what we're doing with the zoning and stuff, a comment period, having a platform where people could just throw their ideas out there, because sometimes we believe people are the experts because they're passionate about it, but maybe just the average neighbor has an idea that they read about and it could be a valuable idea. I know a number of us have been contacted to talk about the issues there, and but think about how many other people might have some ideas. So is there a way we could do, maybe through the city site, on getting public comment from this and ideas? No discussion if it's right or wrong, right? I mean, these are just solution-based ideas that we could use, or residents could use.
Absolutely. We'll certainly look into some effective ways to do that via social media, via the website, and other effective ways that we can kind of explain to the public of this is what's occurring and get the valuable ideas that we know are sitting out there in the public of figuring out how to reach them in the most effective ways is really key.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Noble.
Thank you very much, council members Hurst and Guardiola. Those are really great ideas and I endorse them wholeheartedly. I really want to emphasize, as they have, I think, the need for the community to be involved in this, especially those who are neighbors. And I was curious about the stakeholder groups that were going to be formed and had brought that up at a previous meeting also. So I didn't hear that much about that. And I would like to hear more on that. I have other items I'd like to ask about as well. So if you just want to do them all at once. The first slide in the oil and gas report, it said 8 applications had been deemed complete. But then the third point is that Condor actually had an issue that needed to be resolved, and therefore it was not complete. So it would seem to me that it is in fact not deemed complete.
Yes, that's correct. That is true since January.
So I would say 7 oil and gas permit applications are deemed complete. Right?
Yes.
It's not deemed complete. Okay. Also on the public comments that were received by Friday, since we're having, I knew we were having study sessions come up. I didn't realize that the study session on oil and gas was this coming Monday. I'd like to see the public comments that have been received prior to the meeting on Monday night to know what it is that residents and others are thinking about as we listen to your presentation, please. And thirdly, I know that you call this an ongoing slide that you have used. So we're going to keep up this ongoing conversation again, because I just need to keep mentioning, I'm not understanding why staff is actually not recognizing a unanimous vote from the city council. So I'll repeat this, and I do appreciate that Mr. Austin is here tonight. However, a motion was made by Councilmember Noble, seconded by Councilmember Guardiola, to direct the city manager to include any reports of abnormalities at the Suncor facility to be part of the oil and gas monthly updates. Councilmember Guardiola requested the motion be amended to include all activity at the Suncor facility be included in the monthly update. Councilmember Noble accepted the amendment. The vote was unanimous. All present affirmed. Therefore, we should be receiving and not have a dismissive slide as part of the report and suggesting that people go to a website. I want people and us as a council, I want the residents to be able to know what's going on, especially since we don't have a particularly good way of letting them know what is occurring when there is an incident of some kind, or they see a flare and they're not sure why it's flaring. That kind of thing. I think it's very important for it to occur. So this leads me to my question. Who is telling you not to follow this motion?
So thank you very much, Councilmember Noble. I appreciate the comment. I appreciate the question. I would like to respectfully offer that the slide that we have in place, and once again, it's been our understanding interpretation of the motion that was put forward, that what City Council was asking for us to provide to the various members of our community was access to information that obviously falls outside of the purview of city staff. Obviously, that is permitting application and details and information as it relates to the Suncor refinery with CDPHE. That is also being able to provide access and being able to, as what Mr. Dominic Martinelli shared today, obviously an understanding of when we do have certain operational upsets and or leakages, to provide that information with what's been provided to us and how to be able to provide access for those who are concerned, those who are interested and want to gain that additional knowledge, the opportunity and the access there too. Obviously, as I stated in our last oil and gas monthly update, there are things that are outside of our purview, outside of our control. Obviously, we are the arm of local land use enforcement, and obviously zoning power and permitting power as it relates to the refinery in of itself. When it comes to environmental issues that are related to air quality and or other, once again, operational upsets, we rely on the data that is provided to us, either through Suncor or what we're able to find on CDPHE's website. I would further move that obviously with our ongoing conversations that we've been engaging with CDPHE to form a stronger relationship and a partnership with them as we go forward, obviously that will provide us with another avenue and opportunity to provide more detailed information as they are able to provide to us, once again, to give access both to you as mayor and city council, but also as residents of Commerce City and obviously the business community as well.
Thank you very much, Director Rogers. However, it was a unanimous vote and it's not an option. So I don't care who it is who does it, but someone needs to do it. It was an incident report previously. We want to know what is occurring. I don't understand why our motion would be thwarted by city staff. It doesn't make sense to me. This happened in December. In January, the report wasn't made, and it finally began in February. I provided the links to the incidents that are reported, which is not on your slide, by the way. So I don't think it's a point to debate. It's not a point to debate. If you don't want to be the one to do it, then please find someone else who will do it for the oil and gas monthly update. This is an oil and gas monthly update. We're learning something every time, just like we're going to have a study session. We're going to learn something. Please include it. I don't care who includes it, but someone needs to include it. Thank you.
Councilman Madera.
Yeah, so I just wanted to go back to the Suncor and the CDPHE process. So earlier this week, or last week, I had the representative from CDPHE reach out to me, and they kind of went over a little bit of the process. And basically what they're doing right now is they're gathering information from various stakeholders in the community, and everyone that they talk to, they're getting names from, and trying to see these recurring topics that the settlement funds could be used for, and kind of narrowing those down and compiling those, right? But as well as they're going to leave it open-ended for the community to chime in as well, but they want to have, their ducks in a row when they do this and go over and, just have options for the community. So it's not going to be, a multiple choice type thing where, these are your choices, you got to select from it. But along with that, they're also going to form a committee that are made up of the residents, as well as a representative from CDPHE and Suncor. And they'll be the ones scoring the projects that are submitted and received. And that's how it's going to get ultimately decided on down the road. But I think from my talk with them, it sounded really preliminary as to where they are in the process. They're still kind of designing that process. This is how we're going to do it, and these are the type of things that we're going to do. But if anyone's interested in talking with the CDPHE, I'm happy to forward your information along. Just let me know.
Any other comments or questions for staff on this item? Councilman Wadiola, you had your hand up, but then brought it down. Did you still want to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, Jason, I think it's super important for our residents to get this report because some of them, that's the only thing, the credibility coming from them, how I look at it, coming straight from the source, right? Because then you have social media, and that's why I second that motion. And I think it's super important that they hear it from them and CDPHE. So, I think it's just if there's another way that they could vent out that process, I will be open. We do auto dialers in the education system. When something happens at my school, I go on the computer and I send out a message to all our parents so I mean, if there's something like that, I think that would even help, but there's not. So I think the reports are just so they can't start up with all the crazy rumors that we hear too, right? We hear the crazy rumors of what the orange gas is, and we're all going to die. It's mustard gas. It's this. No, this is what actually happened, so that's just, just make sure, if we could get that going, man, I'd appreciate that. And our residents would appreciate it. Our residents, monthly. Thank you, sir.
We'll do. In response to that, council member, good point. It's been one of the points of conversations that we've actually started to have on a more frequent basis with CDPHE about being able to further the communication and or activities that are occurring within Commerce City that drive obviously a lot of concerns and issues as it relates to health hazards around the refinery itself, and obviously trying to find a way to be able to improve the communication to our community. So that is one thing that is at top of mind for both entities so that we can provide you all with that information. I would go further. One thing that we did also want to share with you is that in our conversations with CDPHE, they have offered to come before mayor and city council, obviously to offer an educational tutorial about what is some of their priorities, some of their activities as it relates to air quality, but obviously on a variety of different environmental matters, but also wanting to think about how we partner and strengthen our communication and public engagement strategy with our residents as well as part of this overall kind of educational series. We've engaged them in hopes of trying to have the first opportunity come before you at a study session on June 22nd. So we are hoping to be able to lock that down so that we can get that going for you all as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, the reason the information is not included in tonight's city staff report is because all of the incidents that have occurred at Suncor are going to be covered tonight by Mr. Austin. I reviewed his presentation that he'll be giving to you about 2 weeks ago when it was sent to me, and it does cover all of the things that I believe that Councilman Guardiola and duplicate that information in 2 different presentations tonight. Mr. Austin's presentation and his information will cover all of those incidents. And in the future, we certainly heard the clarification you provided 2 weeks ago, Mrs. Noble, and we will endeavor to include abnormalities that we are aware of in our staff presentation moving forward.
Councilman Hurst.
Apologize, I tended to put my hand down, but really the comment I was going to make was to kind of add on to what Councilwoman Noble said and Councilman Guardiola said. I think really what it displays is just an understanding from the city of what's going on. It may feel regurgitated, it may feel redundant. I understand that, but coming from the city staff, it means that they've investigated, they understand it, and we're putting out a message as the city in terms of our response. Not necessarily that we made any actions, because that's not always necessary or appropriate, but just that we have this. It creates a type of record, if you will, on our own. And so I think that's why I voted for that motion, is because I feel like it engages the city and shows that our understanding of what's currently happening. And it's not, you don't get the sense that it's being ignored in that situation. And so I think that's why it was important for us. That's why I voted unanimous. So that was the comment that I wanted to add. You know, I appreciate you guys are looking for the appropriate way to do this, and I'm happy that you're going to bring it forward this month. And so looking forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Noble, you had your hand up again. Did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary, but I thank Council Members Guardiola and Hurst again for endorsing that concept. Our residents and their public health and safety are actually why we're here in many ways. And it's also a great deal to do with any kind of development that occurs. So I think it's very important, and I'm glad that we all see it that way. Thank you very much. And of course, I do appreciate, as I said, that Mr. Austin's here, but having a third party or another party give it is also important. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo a little bit on this issue in a different manner. 2 weeks ago, I brought up the fact that we were getting emails from Suncor, and I know they're going to discuss those this evening, which I look forward to. I brought up why it is that we can't use our own internal city alert system in order to alert residents whenever we have issues going on. And this week or last week, I guess last week, today's only Monday, we received an email with a response to that saying that Suncor doesn't have the ability to alert stakeholders through that. And that completely misses the point of what was asked. I didn't ask why it is that Suncor can't email every resident in Commerce City. What I asked was, why can't those emails be distributed through the city's internal city alert system that we have? So I'm a little bit frustrated that this continues to pile on as a larger issue where we have the technology to be able to alert our residents whenever issues arise. Just like Councilman Guardiola said, be it a reverse call out or something, but we already have a system in place through the city alert stuff. If I can get an email stating that there's a press release from the police department within hours of that police press release going out, I see no reason why a similar email cannot go out to alert our residents that this is taking place. Once again, not every resident is on social media. I can copy and paste those emails into every post that I make out there, but that's not enough to get the community informed. And not everybody has email. Not everybody has the ability for that. So it's a little disheartening whenever a simple question is asked like that, and then it gets twisted and it isn't responded to with what is actually being asked. So yeah, I echo the frustration that a lot of people are expressing on this issue. I know that the Suncor people are getting ready to address some of these issues and everything, but the repeated emails that are coming out from the Suncor side to us and then not feeling like we are adequately getting our citizens alerted and our residents alerted to what is going on is very frustrating. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Yes, I want to assure you, we will send out the report as requested. What I want to make sure you understand is there's no way we can vouch for the accuracy of it. So it's just going to be as we receive it, you will receive it. So that's number one. Number two, we're a little confused Mayor, when you refer to a city alert system. We have the internal email system, and then that includes council. We do not have an equivalent system for residents. So a little clarification for us would help, possibly. We cannot use the 911 reverse system. That's only for emergencies.
I will try to explain without requesting to share my screen. If you go to the C3Gov website, in the upper right-hand corner, there is an envelope and it has a plus symbol on it. You can click on that plus symbol and you can sign up for police press releases. You can sign up for RFPs that are going out for contract. There are a whole slew of different issues that you can sign up for. So we have a city alert system that if a resident goes out there, signs up for those city alerts, enters in their email address, then anytime that one of those things is pushed out, they get an email on it. Council meetings show up on that. This is not something that is new. I signed up for this whenever I first moved to Commerce City, and have been getting reports. So every time that I see something that comes in as far as a press release on this or that, not only do I get it through my official Commerce City email, but also my personal email address gets a follow-up about 2 hours after we're notified that that's coming through. So my question still remains, why is it that we can't take an email that we receive from Suncor stating we had this variance, we have this issue going on, and use that system to push it through? A year ago, I asked, why can't we allow administrative land use cases and as well as notification of public hearings to be able to go through there? And none of that was ever implemented. So we have a system, and I find it incredulous now that I'm having to explain what the city system is.
Well, I certainly wasn't aware of that, and we will make use of it. Thank you.
I'll jump in here. It's I actually attempted to explain exactly as has been described. It's a manual system. It's not an automated alert system. And we are still working on putting together the land use cases as you requested that we did 6 months ago. But that system's not complete either. It requires manual work and staff that are on site to do that. So while we can forward communications from other entities through our email system, we do not have a PIO on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week out of our community relations office. The police handle their own press releases, and those are put on the website within close proximity to the incidents that occur. But this would become a budget issue for us to respond to these things on an immediate basis and send those out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we certainly can work towards doing what you've suggested, Mayor, but the best practice would be for people to be able to access those communications directly from the entity that's responsible for them, and that would be Suncor. Those are not our communications, and much like the request for abnormalities in the motion that was made, Suncor is not under any obligation to report those things to us. And so we endeavor to do our best to share that information. But there is nothing requiring them to make those notifications to us, nor is there any way for us to resend that information in an automated way that you are describing today.
I think there's some confusion. I never asked for an automated system. I understand that there would have to be somebody that would go in there. But I question, yes, we don't have a PIO officer who is sitting out there all the time, capable of doing that. But I mean, the 9 of us that sit on this council all receive those emails. I'm sure that a slew of the leadership and the city staff receives the email. So I'm struggling to understand why it would be that much of a Herculean effort in order to take an email that we receive and say, hey, we should share that with the community. But we're getting long in the tooth on something that probably doesn't need to be discussed now. And if that needs to be a budget issue, then I think that's great. Let's discuss it later on a budget issue. I think part of the problem that we've witnessed is not understanding what our own system is capable of doing and how to do that. And again, we can just move forward on that. So any other questions on the oil and gas update before we move into the Suncor quarterly update? Seeing no requests for questions, would like the clerk to introduce Mr. Austin, the Vice President of Suncor. Mr. Austin, will you please give the Suncor presentation?
Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Austin, yes. So Mr. Austin is the VP of Suncor, as most of you know, and he'll be giving the presentation. Mr. Austin, I'll pull up the presentation and you can let me know whenever you want to go to the next slide. Is there anybody else that may be on the call that you want to have the ability to speak during your presentation as well?
No, just my.
All righty, very well. I'm going to start that now here in just a minute then. All right, Mr. Austin, whenever you're ready. Mr. Austin, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can now. You may proceed.
Sorry, thank you. First of all, let me just say to Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Can we move to the first slide? Where I would start is the world has changed considerably since we last met on March 2nd. We've had a tough time at the refinery, as you can see from the list of topics on the slide. First up, let me say we regret the incidents and any concern that we may have caused, and we remain committed to improving our performance. Tonight, I'd like to review the list here, and if it's okay with council, I'll go through it one slide at a time and ask questions on these as they're very different subjects, if that's okay with you. Can we move to the next slide? First, let me take you back to the incident we had on March 17th. Around 5:30 on March 17th, we had a malfunction in our air blower to our FCC on plant 2. We've actually conducted our investigation. I will share with you the main findings from that investigation, similarly as I did with CDPHE on May 14th. When the air blower shut down, it caused a release of catalyst and hydrocarbon from the FCC. This is known as a reversal, the flow reversed from inside the unit to out. Our operators immediately intervened, shutting down the FCC. This took around 30 minutes to complete. We conducted air monitoring in the community. The data showed no readings for concern, and we initiated an investigation while making the plant safe. The outcome of that investigation is that we found an electrical fault that had been lurking in our system since 2007. And I'll try and explain these pictures on the bottom of the slide. Back in 2007, we bought and installed a component into that is called the soft start component for the air blower. This allows the air blower to start up safely and not cause damage to the blower itself. That was purchased. It's basically a black box, if you like. And inside that black box, there is wires and fuses. And if you look at the bottom right-hand side, you can see the gray cable that comes down with a little bit of damage to the cable. Over time, this cable had been striking the fuse, eventually wearing away the sheathing, the protection, until eventually it made contact with the core of the cable. And as a result, that caused the blower to trip and the incident to happen. We have since repaired this. We have also been looking at similar equipment, inspecting it, and ensuring that we don't have this in another area. We've also been looking at how can we improve our shutdown to even reduce the 30 minutes that we had. We continue to work on this, and more details we'll provide in a later update. But basically, this is something that we look to improve as well. And we have to weigh up the pros and cons of choices we have in that, and we'll work that through and report through yourselves and CDPHE what we find prior to starting up this unit. Just as general information, the Plant 2 FCC as part of Plant 2 remains down, not because of the incident, mainly because of the demand for our product and the position we find ourselves in with reduction in gasoline sales and the difficulty to get crude supply during the COVID pandemic. Really, that is the reason for the unit being down. We're in a position to start it if we have to. Like I say, we're taking the opportunity to be even better when we start up. But simply put, we had a fault that sat in a component since being installed in 2007, and that came to cause the incident on March 17th. I'm going to stop there and invite any questions.
Any questions at this point for Mr. Austin? Councilwoman Ellen Thomas.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I just have a concern also, or a question. Suncor doesn't have to tell the residents at all if a plume goes off again, or there's no state or federal law, you know, as far as notifying the residents when there's this problem, because you know that's a big concern. There's no state and federal rule like with the residents, because it is affecting also the health and safety of the residents in Commerce City and all the other surrounding cities. And I know several that are being affected with asthma. So how are they supposed to know ahead of time, like council and our mayor is talking about? You know, that's a major concern of mine.
Later, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Later in the presentation, I will talk a little bit about the compliance order, and part of that compliance order is improving our communication. And we've already stood up a team to look at our ability to warn early in such incidents and get information out to the public, to our neighbours, and be able to answer questions. This is something we're standing up, and I'll come on to later, but also looking to involve the community in the best way to do that. We've already done some work looking at best practices across the industry, and we're looking to implement these with input from the community. And when I get to that in the slide later, I'll offer that option again. We'd love to know how we can best involve people, how to get to them. But this is something, again, covered by the compliance order. We certainly feel a need to improve our communications in such incidents.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wait until you finish the presentation. Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Seeing no other questions, Mr. Austin, please continue.
Yeah, can we move to the next slide? On May 17th, we had a power issue here in the refinery. Basically what happened was we are supplied with two power supplies, one known as Cherokee, one known as Sandown. They come in. The Sandown supply tripped out at 8:45 on Sunday morning. The backup systems switched the power over to the Cherokee system. That takes around 5 seconds to do. As we transferred that power over, unfortunately, our boiler feed water pump did not reset, or one of our boiler feeder water pumps did not reset. This pump not resetting then meant that we had no water flow to our boilers to raise steam, and that catapulted the refinery into a shutdown without steam, and hence the smoky flaring. We basically, operators intervened, manually taking down the units, making the area safe. There was no injuries here. We reported it to the regulatory authorities, CDPHE. We conducted air monitoring. Although we had visible dark smoky flaring, there was no readings of concern from that monitoring. The refinery was then made safe. When the boiler feed water was restored and we were able to check all our units, we subsequently brought the unit on 2 or 3 days later, and a startup of 3 or 4 days ensued. We've started an investigation, and what I can share with you tonight is that we understand there are 2 parts to this. One is, why did the Sandown power supply transformer trip? And this is caused by a loss in gas that is used to protect these electrical equipment. and the pressure had dropped in this. Subsequently, a trip was initiated, subsequently taking down the transformer to protect it, and then transferring this over to the other supply. The reason why we couldn't get our boiler feed water pump or pumps restarted was due to the way in which that electrical supply is held out on the contactor, and we had to manually intervene. And we're looking at changes for that going forward. So the power failure was triggered by the Sandown transformer fault. It was made into a full refinery shutdown through the lack of water to make steam, which caused the incident, and subsequently took us down and took us around about 4 or 5 days to restart the refinery. Again, I'll stop there and invite questions.
Any questions at this time? Councilwoman Noble.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Austin. I believe that bringing this back online again then included a lot of flaring. Could you explain about that and why that was necessary?
Yes, to start these units up, we have to go through transitional phases and introduce product, introduce our feedstocks, bring it on spec. And while we're doing that, we have to burn that off. And that is called the flaring during startup. It is part of the process of restarting the refinery.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilmember Dare?
So, you know, it kind of seems like a common theme that a lot of these incidents occur because of loss of power. What's being done to ensure that there isn't a loss of power, or, you know, is there some kind of backup plan that's going into effect?
Normally, the 2 feed supplies should have been able to take us through this incident. If you recall in this incident, I said that we had a 5-second transfer from one power supply to the other. If our boiler feed water pump had started on that 5-second reset, we would not have had this incident. That's why we also have to go back and look at why that pump didn't restart as quickly as we'd have liked, and then subsequently took the site down more through lack of water to raise steam than anything else. The power supply initiated it, but the steam, the lack of boiler feed water to make steam is what takes the unit down.
So do you think after these investigations, we'll have better reliability at the plant?
We certainly know and have solutions in hand for the boiler feed water pump that we're able to restart that quicker. So that will help in terms of the reliability of the unit.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Austin.
Thank you. Could I move to the next slide? Wanted to give you an update here on the activities around Sand Creek. And let me take you back to May 7th. On May 7th, while a routine patrol was going on, one of our patrolmen noticed, one of our operators noticed some bubbles coming from the creek. And when I say bubbles, maybe 5 or 6 bubbles coming to the surface. And when it got to the surface, a very slight sheen appeared. This was unusual. They immediately alerted one of our engineers, who went down. The engineer watched this part of the creek for some 50 minutes and then seen it repeat again. We immediately put out our boom because we didn't understand where this was coming from or what it was. We wanted to contain the small sheen, and we notified the authorities. The boom was established, and this pattern continued for several days. Roughly once an hour, a few bubbles would come to the surface, and then it would stop. Over the course of the next 3 or 4 days, we started to sandbag the area to make it better than the boom and contain this. And as we did so, we noticed that the frequency of the bubbles coming to the surface got less and less. And by the Tuesday of the following week, we had identified by then that there was no more bubbles coming to the surface and that the sheen had stopped. And we had been removing the sheen from the sandbagged area all the time to ensure that nothing could get out. So it had been there, we've seen it. We managed to get a sample of that sheen. We understand a bit about the chemistry of that sheen. The sheen shows that the material is a distillate, it's an aged distillate, it's about 20 years old. So something's been there for a long time. We have continued to investigate all along our barrier wall. We have a wall that's underground that prevents groundwater from the refinery entering Sand Creek. We've checked all our readings, everything looks normal. We've drilled additional wells and trenches and could find no source for it. The other thing I would say is that we also know that the fingerprint of water within the refinery is different from that we've seen in the sheen. And that makes us feel that the barrier wall is probably okay, and we continue to monitor and check it. But nevertheless, we've seen the bubbles, we've seen the sheen. So we've been exploring up and downstream of that area to identify if there's anything else that we can find that can explain where this is coming from. We've drilled 30 plus wells, dug trenches, mainly concentrating on upstream because the material would follow the creek. We continue to do that investigation. We continue to get these samples in. We're using a third-party laboratory in Oklahoma to analyze these. These are not just samples from the creek, they're also samples from the soil under the creek, and they're also samples from the soil between the barrier wall and the creek. We are accumulating a lot of data at the moment, and we are at the point where we're trying to assimilate that data to identify the source of this. Right now, I cannot tell you where it is. What I am feeling is that it's not coming through the barrier wall for the refinery. It's something that's been in the soil or ground for some time. We need to identify that pocket and deal with it, and we continue to work on that. I'll stop there. What I'm trying to say is we have more work to do. We have investigations ongoing, and the bubbles have stopped, the source has stopped, but there was something there and we need to find it.
Any questions at this time? Councilwoman Ellen Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. I'm curious, has this ever happened before?
This is the first time I'm aware of us knowing about bubbles and the sheen coming in the creek. I think there was a sheen in the creek somewhere back around the year 2000 appeared when there was work done in the creek to move it. The creek was actually moved slightly north back around 2000, 2001. There is reports from back then of a sheen appearing for a short period of time and disappearing. We have some of that data, but that's really all I can say about what happened before.
Okay, thanks. And then another question, the Sand Creek and the South Platte River flow into other areas where there's fishing, that type of stuff, a lot of fish, other animals. So did Suncor staff notify anyone with the Department of Wildlife in case that can potentially affect the fish, other animals, water, and plants in those waters as well? And are you guys, I mean, was the Department of Wildlife notified, and what's the potential hazard if people are fishing? And, you know, this is affecting the fish also. And then in turn, that's going to affect the residents' health and everyone fishing as well.
We did involve other agencies that are associated with the water, the creek and the river. We've been taking analysis of these waterways. That analysis has shown nothing abnormal in terms of refinery type material that we found inside the refinery. We have notified these agencies. We intend to do more work in the creek, and we'll involve with these agencies as we do that. As far as I'm aware, there is nothing there that we would say at the moment is causing concern, and we've let everybody know and shared the analysis we have with CDPHE, certainly in the water samples, and let the other areas and authorities know what's going on, and they work with us.
Okay, thank you. But like I said, I would hope someone reaches out too from your staff to the Department of Wildlife to what effect this is going to have as far as fish and the plants and all the other animals in there. And then, like I said, over time, what if human beings are consuming these fish, and then there's long-term effects from that as well? Because like I said, we need to make sure this is safe as well, because both of those two areas of water run into other areas of water too, where there is fish, etc., and fishing allowed. So thank you.
I believe we've done that, but what I will do is get it checked and I'll let you know exactly what other authorities we have talked to and advised of. And I just can't tell you off the top of my head, but I'll get that information back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Austin.
Yeah, if we could move to the next slide. As along with many of us, our lives changed with the COVID pandemic. And as a facility deemed as essential to provide critical fuels to the transportation industry that provides food in the supermarkets, that allows our emergency services, etc., to operate and to support these people in being able to provide that critical infrastructure. We have been continuing to run the refinery under the guidelines of an essential business. And what that has meant from us is since March 16th, we only have the minimum staff required to safely run the refinery in the refinery. And to give you a flavor for that, the refinery has about 500 employees. 250 of them are operators and craftsmen who work schedules. They have continued to work in the refinery. Our engineers, our support staff, which makes up the other 250, we have reduced down to about 30 or 40 people. And we have been maintaining support from home by home working through these other people. To allow us to be effective and for our employees to be safe and to support that we try and stop this pandemic by reducing contact, we introduced increased hygiene practices, physical distancing rules within the refinery, asking our employees and our contractors to do health assessments before coming to and leaving work. People entering the refinery go through temperature screening, and face coverings are essential. These things we're all familiar with now. 3 months ago, we never thought about. And we fastly come up that learning curve and have been able to implement these and protect our employees and hopefully help stop the spread of this virus through any contact at work. We continue to do this. Just in the last few days, we've started to increase our support workforce, the workforce of the people I told you were supporting us from home. This is about 40 people we're bringing back in on a part-time basis. So it will allow us to ensure that our longer-term safety and integrity plans continue. That work includes being ready, and when we're ready, to start up Plant 2, make sure it's available and safe to do so, and also start to prepare for some of our longer-term maintenance programs that we will need to bring back to life and start to execute and prepare for some of our turnaround work next year. Again, it's a small fraction of that group, but allows us to run and be more efficient in doing these critical pieces of work that we have to do. If I look at my crystal ball, I think the world has changed significantly for us. Some of our employees may never come back to work. They may work for us and support us from home. We've also learned during this period that how adaptable and how quickly we were able to pick up distance monitoring, also being able to use things like tools to bring together people, solve problems, work remotely. It's been amazing how quickly we've learned these things, and it's changed our lives. And I can actually see that some people will remain like that. They will continue to work from home and be effective. I can see that some of our people will come back part-time and work from home as well to be effective. And there is still some people we will need in the refinery. So our lives have changed considerably, and I don't think we will ever go back to the way we were before. Time will tell. We continue to hold up these practices. We are not letting our guard down in any of these. They'll be in place until such time as there is a vaccine or something that allows us to control this pandemic in a different way. So we're building this to sustain the long term. In the long term, we can see well into next year. So just wanted to give you an update of where we were with our response to the pandemic. Any questions there?
Any questions at this time? Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Austin. I just wanted to ask you one other question that's a concern for the environment. At the last city council meeting, and I don't know if staff passed, our city staff passed this along to your staff, but there's a lot of trash, debris, etc. around that property area, which is another big environmental and health concern. And I drove by there just, matter of fact, Saturday, and it was still the same. So are you guys addressing that as well? And is there enough staff to maintain that property area as well? Because there's a lot of trash along the fence line and that type of stuff as well.
I was unaware of that, but now you've raised that. There's certainly people who do this and will take care of it. When you talk about the property line, are you meaning down Brighton Boulevard?
Yes, where the big, like where the actual tanks and all the pipes and that type of stuff is.
Well, let me get somebody to look into that. I was unaware of that issue, but I'll certainly have it taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Please proceed, sir.
Yeah. If we could use the next slide, please. Let me just start by saying that making transparent the exceedances we have is something we want to make sure and do better. And having listened to the conversation earlier on, I certainly want to support that there's a better understanding of these with this city council. So clearly heard concerns there, and we certainly will do more to share these with you. I have here the April data. There is 4 exceedances that we reported to CDPHE. These are in the public domain. If there's things we can do to help, more than happy to do that. But let me explain these 4 exceedances for April. When we put this deck together, we didn't have the May numbers, and we're just bringing these together now and we'll share these with you at the next monthly report that we put in. But basically, we had one CO emission above a limit in our FCC on plant 1, which was a result of a temporary loss of flow to the FCC, lasted about 20 minutes. It was corrected, it was reported. The other 3 exceedances are associated with bringing down a piece of equipment called a flare gas recovery compressor and system. We've seen some oil pressure issues on our Lubao system. We wanted to correct that before it became a major event, so took a short outage to deal with these. And we did report these outages in advance because this was planned work. But these were the 4 that happened in April and were reported through the system. We've still got a long way to go. Our aim is 0. We won't be satisfied till we have none. But if I compared last year with this year, and I looked the year through to the end of April, we had 305 exceedances in 2009, something we are not proud of at all. We had a tough time then. This year we've seen 37. It's still far too many. It's going in the right direction, but we have many people focused on making changes to reduce these. Our target is 0, and we won't be happy till we've got there. I wanted to give you an update on where the performance was through April, and as soon as we got the May details, we'll pass that on to you as well. Any questions there?
Any questions? Please proceed.
If I go to talk about the settlement, we last met on March 2nd. We were right at the end of our negotiations and our settlement agreement with CDPHE. And at that point in time, I was unable to give you an update. 2 or 3 days later, we announced that to the public. And this is through the compliance orders that you see listed on the slide. Coming out of that, there's really 3 big things that we're being asked to do. And the first is to bring in a third party to conduct a study as to see if there's anything we're missing in terms of what caused these issues through the period 2017 to 19. We have put forward to CDPHE a proposal on who that third party should be. We've drafted terms of reference for them. We are close to concluding that with CDPHE. And once we've done that, we will be able to share who that third party is and also bring them on site to start that work. That is the first part of that compliance order. The second part was to conduct additional HCN monitoring on our FCCs, and we have been doing that. And with that will come community monitoring for hydrogen cyanide as well. And that is something we're working up a plan with CDPHE to do. And at the moment, with one of the FCCs down, we have to decide if we want to go ahead with one running or we want to wait till both are up. And that's a conversation we're progressing with CDPHE. And the third point goes back to the piece I made earlier, was a part of the compliance order is how can we improve communications and data sharing? And by communications, that includes emergency communications, day-to-day communications, sharing of data, making transparent the operation of the refinery with the stakeholders. We've put together a small project team to look at this. It's a cross-functional team. It involves people from our corporate headquarters to help us with best practices. It also involves some of our communication people, our IT people, to how we have the best tools. And we're looking, currently we're compiling a list to identify tried and tested technologies that are already up and running around similar facilities to ours, but in other states or jurisdictions in North America. Gathering that information, that helps us bound on what is possible, what can we do. And the next step in that process, and I wanted to share that here tonight with you, was to ask for your help to help us reach out to people through the summer, be able to get them involved in what they feel is needed, and so that we can bring the requests and requirements of their neighbours into this conversation and bring the best practices from other places together with the needs of our neighbours to find the right solution. And we're currently reaching out into the community, starting from tonight, looking for how do we do that? How do we get people's involvement? And we love to take offline with you and your communications and other staff, how we can best do that. We want to be able to sit down or do it virtually if we have to, get the input of our neighbours into this solution and match it with what is possible and what works well elsewhere, and then go and institute that here in Commerce City. So again, I'll stop there.
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Just wanted also to give you kind of market operational update. What we've put together here on this slide is our main products that we make: gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and asphalt. If you look at a month ago, you'll see gasoline 50%. That means that we were selling about 50% of what was normal at that time. Diesel 25%, diesel was down 25%, meaning we were selling 75%. Jet fuel was down 75%, meaning we were selling 25%, and asphalt was normal. In the last month, we've seen that start to change and the fuel demand increase. Our gasoline demand is now 80% of normal, meaning the reduction is about 20% from normal. Diesel has stayed the same at about 75%. Jet fuel has actually got a little bit worse, and asphalt has remained normal. The refinery has gone from being limited by sales of products a month ago to now being limited by the availability of crude oil. We currently cannot get Plant 2 started because a crude oil price doesn't incentivize the local supply to bring it to the refinery right now. But I believe with the demand of gasoline coming through, that will influence the economics here, and through the summer, we will restart Plant 2. What I cannot tell you at the moment is that next week, next month, September, but somewhere in there it's going to happen. And so we get ready for that. We're being prepared for that. But the market has changed significantly in our product demand and in our feedstock supply. And this is unprecedented. I'm sure you've heard that from many things. But basically, until this works its way through the system, it's not possible for us to be real clear about when we'll start Plant 2. But I do believe it will happen sometime through the summer. So uncertain times for the refinery. We've been taking the opportunity to do additional training, to do additional checks. We've maintained all our employees through this, and we aim to be ready for when we see the recovery in the market, both in feedstock. We do see the recovery in terms of fuel demand, but we have to see it match up now with crude supply. That's currently where the business is. I'll stop there.
Councilwoman Noble.
Yes, thank you. Is this your last slide, Mr. Austin?
I have one more, but
okay, I can wait until you're finished to ask my question. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Please carry on.
And just other updates, if you like. One of the things we're proud about is we received the award for chemical transportation safety around our railroads. And we've been supporting the Colorado COVID Relief Fund, as well as making donations of PPE, masks, etc., to members of the Tri-County Health Group, as well as some of our first responders. So just wanted, we continue to do what we can and share that we have with those that need PPE probably more than us. Just wanted to just make that my final remark. Happy to take any questions.
Councilwoman Noble.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Austin, for your report. The crisis has been catastrophic in many ways, and I understand that you have issues, certainly with the refinery and the plants as well, or just from the strictly economic sense of your business. I am wishing to go back to the discussion of the Sheen, however.
Yeah.
And I see that in the past that Suncor has been fined a couple of times, 3 to 4 million, maybe another couple of million, because of the same thing, leaks into Sand Creek, and that potentially it was going to take a number of years to clean up. This probably occurred before you came to work at this facility, but nevertheless, it's entirely possible that it's part of the same problem that has been ongoing since 2011, and then 2012, and then updated in 2016, and now we have it happening again in 2020. It was benzene-laced Sheen, got into some groundwater previously. Do you know, and who are you working with, as to whether this has gotten into groundwater, whether it's affected South Adams water, South Adams County water and sanitation system? Thank you.
So let me just go through that question, unravel a little bit. After the incident you talked about, we built and improved a barrier wall to prevent anything from inside the refinery groundwater migrating out. All the samples and all the work we have done through this Sheen incident has shown no benzene anywhere outside that barrier wall. That's the first thing. I'll take you back to the comment I made about the Sheen. This was a distillate, it showed no benzene. This was a distillate that is aged. It's been in the ground for a long time, 20 plus years. I believe our barrier wall's there. I continue to be nervous because it's on our property line and we continue to check everything on that barrier wall, but we've seen nothing wrong with it. We do understand that Sheen was there. We need to find the source of it. I need the science to take me to that source. I can't link what was in the past with what we've seen in May 7th at the moment. If I can, I'll be the first to tell you. But we continue to use the science to lead us to the source, and we have much more work to do.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Noble, your hand went back up. Did you have additional comments?
Oh, my apologies, no.
No worries, thank you. Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
Thank you, Austin. Another question, does Suncor have like a Amber Alert type of system that notifies you guys when there is these problems? And then do you feel that the Commerce City residents and those surrounding areas should have some type of Amber Alert system as well?
I believe there needs to be an improved system to warn our neighbors from what we have today. That's the whole purpose of standing up that review of what systems are there and putting them in place. I believe we need to improve that. It can be made better, and we will make it better.
Okay, well, can you explain Suncor's current system when you guys are alerted?
When we put out an alert, depending on the severity, we do it with South Adams and the emergency services, and it's done from there. Today, I think that can be vastly improved.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the whole purpose of that piece of work we want to do. It's not just about day-to-day communication, it's emergency communication. There is tools out there that are available. We should select the right one and make sure we get that information going out to the right people.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Noble?
Thank you very much. One quick question and then one question that may not be quite as quick, but the first question is Plant 2 sweet or sour crude?
Tradition, mainly sweet crude.
Thank you. And then number 2 is with the financial pressures on Suncor Refinery, would you say that you are with confidence in a position to actually maintain the plant at a level that protects our residents?
Yes, I do. I don't see us compromising the integrity or the running of the asset regardless of the economic climate. We're in this business for the long term. We take a long-term view. And at no time have I felt that we were in any way short in money or capability to put this right. We remain steadfast in getting to being much better.
And I hope with the CDPHE settlement that you're able to put some of your funds towards monitors or filters, even in people's homes who live in that area. They certainly are feeling the consequences of living near a refinery. Thank you very much, Mr. Austin, for all of your help. It was very interesting hearing your comments as well about the changes that will be occurring just in your work there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I do thank you for being here and for your very thorough presentation. I do want to echo some comments regarding notification. Back in January, whenever Mr. Smith, myself, and you and Ms. Burnett sat down together, we talked about notification and the importance of it and making sure that our residents are informed. I find it a little bit interesting that a nearly $100 billion company, three quarters of a $100 billion company, doesn't have a system to better alert people. I know this isn't your only facility that you operate on. I know you guys operate primarily up in Canada. I would anticipate that their rules and requirements as far as notification and things like that would almost be a little bit more strict than what we're experiencing here in the United States. So I would really like to see a quicker exploration of a system that is designed to keep our residents informed of the dangers that are being put out there. You know, in a matter of 2 months, multiple emails coming from you as far as the sheen, the flare, flaring, increased flaring needing to be done, the FCC malfunctions that you've had, and yet that information is not as quickly reported out to residents, especially those that are not, you know, in the 21st century for technology. So I really hope that a company that has the value of yours and that truly wants to be a citizen partner and a representative in this community can come up with something and come up with something sooner rather than later, because this situation continues to pose problems every time you have an upset or every time an environmental issue gets raised. So please take those words and go out there and find something that we can do to at least let our residents know that we have issues that are taking place and what action is going to be done to take care of those issues.
We certainly will do that.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time this evening. We will move on to the next part of our presentation on the agenda, which is an update on the Hannon Building Facility Condition Assessment. Will Deputy City Manager Smith please give the presentation?
Yes, I will. Dylan, can you pull the presentation up, please? Next slide. Thank you very much. So council previously requested a full facilities condition assessment of the Hanan building, including an ADA audit and an energy audit. McKinstry has completed the on-site assessment. IT and our facilities division have also inspected the building. The energy audit report is in progress, and we do not have that piece of information for you tonight. Next slide, please. The building is pretty solid. It's an average condition consistent with its age, which is 35 years old. There are some repairs that would be required immediately, and I've categorized those for you tonight in terms of short-term and long-term repairs. The total cost for those short and long-term repairs is about $650,000. Next slide, please. The immediate items that need to be addressed are the IT infrastructure that's in the building. Again, depending on what uses were in the facility, providing some reasonable degree of connectivity back to the city's backbone infrastructure would cost about $88,000 and $14,500 ongoing cost. The building automation system integration, which runs the components within the building, the HVAC, lighting, and those sorts of things, would need to be replaced or coordinated with our systems. The first option would be to bring that up to just a site-based control, and that would cost $8,250. Option B would be integrating it into our current BAS automated system, and that option would cost about $20,000. The next slide shows you a list of the short-term items provided by the consultant. I would note it does not include the costs associated with the IT or BAS that I just covered. Next slide, please. The long-term items are also provided for the council's review here, as noted by the consultant. Next slide. The council signed an amended purchase and sale agreement extending deadlines due to COVID-19 caused disruptions. Those dates are listed here. The closing date has been moved to August 13th. That amended contract was signed by council on May 6th, and importantly, it extends the Head Start program in the building for an additional year from what the previous contract did. Final slide. In just a moment, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for more questions or feedback from the council. If the council wishes to proceed with the purchase of the Hanan building tonight, no action is required by the city council. If the council wishes to exercise its option at this point and not purchase the building, you simply need to provide staff with that information. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions regarding this item? Councilwoman Grimes?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Troy. Just curious, I noticed on your long-term items slide, the windows are listed as the #1, highest cost item. Is there any chance that when the energy audit comes back, that might become a more of a priority to change out windows sooner?
That's a great question. Yes, actually, the windows are in fairly poor condition. And I'm pretty confident that the energy audit will recommend that get moved up in the timeline. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to be done. And this recommendation from the consultant is based on, the usable life generally of these types of items within the building.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Councilwoman Allen Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Troy, as well, again, for presenting tonight. But I just want to clarify, like I did from the previous city council meeting, but because I wasn't on city council before at that time, but did you say, so there is no plans at this time? If we purchase the building, what we're going to do with it, or what is the reason for purchasing? Or can you tell me, like what does staff, or, is there a potential plan for the use of the building?
So I'll do my best to answer that question for you, Ms. Thomas. First and foremost, I can tell you contractually the city is obligated to continue to operate the tenants that are in the existing building. So the Head Start school program has an additional year that they can operate in the facility, and the food bank that exists there will be there for another several years according to the contract. The square footage utilized by the Head Start school is fairly significant. In fact, it rounds out much of the first floor, which would leave some minimal office space on the second floor for the current time being that is usable space. With that said, the city does not have an identified plan for uses of that facility. There have been some discussions about what might be able to be located there in terms of either some city operations in the future or the use by nonprofits that work in the community to serve the community, being provided access to that kind of office space. So that's the discussions that I've been aware of since we initiated this project.
All righty, thank you.
Councilman Guardiola.
Hey, Mr. Smith. So we're looking at above $1 million total if we want to do the long-term repairs and the 500,000, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The purchase price is $500,000. The council set aside an additional $500,000 at the time for two purposes. One would be to do any maintenance upgrades that were required for this facility. And at the time, you were also contemplating the purchase of a floor in the ULC building. And so there is $1 million in a budget that is available for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, on the facility condition report, so when you're looking at like the 10-year plan, is that, I mean, what is our yearly cost going to be if we fix, we do everything on the 3 and 5 and 10-year plan? What is our yearly cost going to be after that? And like when you're looking at the 10-year plan assets list, is there going to be stuff that's going to be rolling in from the, that's going to have to be, like, let's say it gets fixed like year 1. Is there additional things that are going to have to get like rolled into the 10-year plan asset? I mean, what are we looking at for yearly costs?
So the yearly operational cost for this facility would certainly be in addition to these items. These are items that are being replaced or upgraded as a result of their condition or their usable life. The operation of the facility is not included in these costs. So things like utilities, HVAC, the IT infrastructure, those things would be ongoing operational costs. All I can do is provide you an estimate based upon what we pay for maintaining other facilities. Again, not all of many of our facilities are this age, but it's probably going to be somewhere in the area of about $50,000 to $70,000 annually to operate a facility like this.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Troy. Another concern I just have, if we were to proceed with purchasing the building, would staff be responsible for maintaining like the upkeep and the outside, the maintenance for that building? Because currently, like, another concern is the dog track site. I mean, do we have enough staff available to maintain the outside area as well? Because like the dog track site needs some upkeep currently as well. The weeds are growing, that type of stuff. So if we were to proceed with purchasing that, is there enough staff currently to maintain that building? Or would it possibly be like the dog track where it's sitting with weeds and that type of stuff? Because like I said, that's a sore eye, and is there enough staff? And then, you know, right now my concern is we can't really speculate what could happen with, you know, purchasing this building space, dealing with the current situation we're in. So that's a concern. Do we have enough staff, or do you see potential we would have to hire more staff as well? Thank you.
So first and foremost, once the city, if the city were to own this building and this property, we would be 100% responsible for the maintenance and maintaining the property that exists there, both inside and outside the building. And I'll give you an answer and then give Roger an opportunity, since it's his area of responsibility, to chime in. I would suggest that we would absolutely need to hire additional staff to accommodate the cleaning of this building on a routine basis. And our facility staff is pretty maxed out right now with the facilities that we currently own. So I don't know if Roger has contemplated, or if Public Works has contemplated, what additional resources specifically might be needed for this facility. But that information was not something that we asked Public Works for specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, sir. We have not done an estimate in detail of what additional staff it would take, but I would echo Mr. Smith's comments that it will take additional staff. Also, I'm not as diplomatic as the permanent person sitting in this chair. Staff does not favor buying this building. This came from previous council, and so we've done our best to implement that decision. But I certainly would not recommend proceeding with the purchase of this building. I want to make that absolutely clear. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Frank real quick for comments, and then Dylan, if you can let her microphone stay active so she can take over the meeting for a moment. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm hearing what you're saying, Deputy Tinkleberg, and I agree with you on that, because I'm also concerned that we're not even going to know our financials until basically mid-June. And I just think that it's really concerning that now we're looking at taking on another property that's, you know, $650,000 in repairs, and we don't know where we're going to be. So I was going to throw out to delay it, but you know, we'll see how that goes. Okay, I apologize. I didn't watch who raised their hand first, so I will just go down the list. So Councilman Guardiola.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, looking at this, before, you know, it sounded like a really good deal because of where it's at, right? The location, nothing had, COVID wasn't even mentioned, the budget. But looking at it more, we're going to spend $1.1 million basically buying a daycare center and a food bank. And the food bank does our city justice, right? I mean, I know tons of residents that use that specific food bank, and we've helped them out. But daycares, knowing a couple of folks who own daycares, they wear and tear their building constantly, you know? And if we have to be responsible for the upkeep, maintenance of a daycare for an extra year, I have a hard time trying to buy this building. And again, I just don't want it to be like Councilwoman Allen Thomas said, another dog track where we own this building, we're maintaining this building, we're taking care of it, the building, and we're not utilizing it at all. You know, the intent was, you know, that's prime location, especially if Cronky starts building around, and it is prime location. But I think right now we're in a different time than we were last year when we started thinking about this building, and with the $649,000 improvement tag, and we haven't even seen the energy efficient results, right? So that might even go up. So I would really think about delaying or even, you know, not purchasing this building, to be honest with you guys. I do trust Roger, Troy, staff saying, hey, if we don't have the people to do that, I mean, are we going to have to contract some people to shovel the snow, do the weeds, clean the facility? I don't have enough information on how the daycare is going to work. What if they break the lights there? You know, kid throws a book and it breaks the light. Do we have to repair that? You know, vomit throws all over. We have to repair the floors. That's all stuff I've seen in friends' daycares, and it's just costly. And so I would, I guess I would see what others of our colleagues think about this and really think of what we really want to do. But I would not be in favor of purchasing this building as of right now.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Most everything I was going to say was already said, but I would just kind of reiterate, if there's no reliable source of revenue, I don't think I could support purchasing this building either at this time, just with the unknowns coming. And it seems like that money could be better allocated to other projects or deficits at this point. So I don't think I would support this at this time.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, I think there's an honorable intent as to why we pursued this building. We don't want to see county services continue to move out of our city. And I think that's what really pulled us in this direction, is to continue to have those services that are currently in the building to be continue to provide it in the core of our city. I think that was the intent. We knew there would be costs associated with that. When we had this discussion at our winter budget retreat, we set aside $500 additional $1,000 for the instance of we would need repairs. It is my feeling that it's equal to that was equal to the price. So that's a pretty large, supporting investment with the purchase of the building. We've now seen we've exceeded it, not only in the initial cost to get it up to our current standard, which was one of the reasons we set aside that $500,000, because we felt we would need to get it to our current standard or acceptable standards to have children and a food bank in a building that we own. I think we've exceeded that. I think we've done our due diligence, and as our fiscal responsibility to the city, it would be a bad idea for us to continue this purchase. To put it more simply, if I did the same evaluation on a property that I was intending to purchase on my own for my family, I would definitely back out of this purchase and not pursue it for the reasons of future budgetary issues and maintenance issues.
Thank you. Lots of good comments from everybody. I have not seen a motion, so I'll make a motion that we advise staff to pull out of the purchase and sale agreement for the Hanen building. Councilman Mordiello.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to pull out of the purchase and sale agreement for the Hanen building. Is there any discussion? Councilman Madera.
Yeah, I think, before we pull out of it completely, we need to go back to Adams County and talk to see what's going to happen to these services. The food bank going to go away. I mean, we know that Head Start was planning on leaving in the next year or two anyways, but, it just doesn't reflect very well on the city, where you enter into essentially all the steps and go through all these works with someone in good faith and then just pull out for you know, whatever reason. But and I understand, you know, fiscally, especially right now with you know, the expected budget shortfall, you know, it is in our best interest to at least delay this. But you know, I think we'd be better off going back to the county, talking to them, you know, kind of expressing our concerns and just working through, okay, what's going to happen now if we do pull out of it, rather than, you know, just everyone jumping off the ship with no plan. And then now you're leaving the food bank high and dry, you're leaving Head Start high and dry. And, you know, I'm sure that the county would understand our concerns, you know, with the condition of the building and, you know, just where we're at financially at the moment. But rather than just completely jumping out of the deal, I think we should go back and just make sure that, you know, we're not, you know, hurting these nonprofits that provide valuable services. Because at the end of the day, it is 26,000 square feet at 500,000, which, you know, try buying a house in Commerce City for, you know, 500,000. There's a lot of houses out there, but, you know, there is an inherent value in this building, and, you know, down the road could always sell it. So, you know, there are a lot of things on this list that that need to be repaired, but I don't think all of those things are, you know, absolute have to be repaired. So just something to consider before we pull the plug completely and jump out.
Homer Grimes.
Thanks for making those comments, Councilman Madera. Really good points and well taken. I'm curious, do we have other space in the city available that we could offer to move these organizations to, or that we're really tapped out on space at the moment?
We're tapped out on space. I'm not aware of any facility that we own that we could move them to.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So Councilman Madera, I understand where you're coming from, but I also feel like I don't want to get in a situation of doing the same thing that we did with the dog track, which is to buy a piece of property that we have good intentions with, because I truly believe, you know, that the dog track was good intentions, but I think to spend, you know, $500,000 on the building and another, you know, $700,000 on a building for us is not a smart move with our money, considering that, you know, we don't even know the revenue shortfall that we're going to have right now. And I'm just not in support of having another building that becomes our problem. Yes, we did enter with good faith with Adams County, but situations have changed. And you look at this report, and that's a lot of money for us to shell out. And I just don't think that we should put ourselves in a situation to have another Greyhound Park. So for that reason, like, I can't support keeping this building.
Councilwoman Ellen Thomas.
Yes, thank you. And like I said, once again, I agree. And the knowledge of Roger's professional advice coming to us and letting us know his professional opinion as well. And I think, like I said, it's really with the COVID pandemic going on and the amount of money, we can't speculate the future, and we're not in the real estate business for the city right now. We need to think of the constituents, I think, and all the residents in Commerce City and what we could do with that money possibly. And then I believe at the previous council meeting, it was brought up that eventually the daycare already has a potential site already. And then I think there's, you know, I know there is local food banks at certain churches in Commerce City as well. And maybe we could put some of that money towards churches and the local food banks that we already have to help out. So that's why, I think main thing is since Roger expressed his professional opinion, I think we should delay the purchase of this building. As I expressed before, we can't speculate the future.
Councilman Wadiola?
Yeah, and I definitely understand, Oscar. I think the county should also understand if I would be willing to see if they could go lower on the price, to hit what we want to spend on. But I don't think they're going to, from the previous meetings, they're pretty set on that 500,000. But if we go back to them or have staff go and say, hey, this is how much it's going to cost us, go down, maybe we can consider that. But right now, I think it's best that we don't purchase it.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, and Oscar, that's why I was saying I think it's an honorable intent. I really, what draw me, at least in our previous discussion last year when we started this, was continuing to have those services provided in our city. Not so notes taken on that could be, Councilman Guardiola and I always get feedback. I'm sure it's not exclusive to us, but we get feedback that the community is looking for places to support nonprofits and up and coming small businesses, and also possibly some type of public performance center. We try to temper those expectations due to monetary. We can't go out and spend money and be in the real estate business as a city at all times. But obviously, I think our direction coming out of this, from my personal point of view, would be to ask the city to look for opportunistic opportunities, at least to find similar locations that we can continue to serve our community in these ways. I'm not opposed to putting up money to support specific types of organizations that either the county runs to make sure that they stay in Commerce City. And I think one of the things we've talked about is a women's shelter, and those types of things are moving to Thornton and our neighboring communities. And we're playing a part in that, and we're investing into those to help support our communities. But having those close to home and available and accessible in times of need is also very important for the growth and prosperity of our city. And so I will continue to advocate for an opportunistic purchase to continue to provide services within our city limits. It has to be right, though. Again, one of our fiduciary responsibilities to the city is to make long-term investment decisions that make sense for our city. And this one obviously pulls at the heartstrings a little bit because of what's currently housed in the building. So I couldn't agree more with Oscar as to we really need to understand the outcome of what the city intends to do if we pull out of this agreement. But as the current agreement sits today, I could not vote to continue moving forward with it. And so if we decide to get clarification and then move forward based off that clarification, whether that's to get rid of this or not, I would support that. But today's current standing, I don't support the current contractual agreement based off of the assessment we got there.
Councilman Madera.
And, I think everything that you just said in terms of what we were looking for, this building was sort of supposed to fit that, right? Right now there's tenants, so that was part of the agreement. Why the price was so low, right, was because we were going to be supporting the nonprofits that were already in there before we transition it and try to help other nonprofits and do whatever we decide to do down the road. And I get the fears, right? It's a lot of money, and it takes a lot of money to get it up to where our standard of where we have our buildings and like to have our facilities. But so my thing is not so much, we have to buy this. I mean, I do think it's still a good deal. And, despite everything that we have going on, this building will create jobs for people working. And, you see 200,000 for things that need to be fixed, but I see people that are remodeling those new bathrooms, making them ADA compliant, putting up lighting, framing walls, and putting up windows. So, it is, it will be a shot in the arm to the city. And, I understand that right now we're expecting a budget shortfall, even though we don't know what to expect at this moment. So that's why I'm saying, instead of just completely pulling out, let's talk to Adams County, have a plan. If we do need to come out, at least delay the purchase until we know where we're at financially a little bit better, rather than making the decision right now. And then, if after we get our numbers back, they're not as bad as we anticipated, then that might change some people's minds. But I don't know. I just think I think the building has a lot to offer. You just have to not see it for what it is right now. You have to see it for what it could be.
Councilwoman Smith.
So I'm kind of in agreement with Councilmember Madera. I think we should go back to Adams County and see if they would lower the price at all, because that is a good building, and the food bank, it does a lot of good for a lot of residents around here. So I think going back and seeing if they would, I don't know, lower the price. But if it doesn't, if they can't, we'd be able to look for another building that can offer those facilities. That's kind of what I would look for.
Councilman Guardiola.
What would be the price we'd want them to lower? Because I'm in agreement. Like I said, I mean, if they could lower the price, what would be that price for us? And then the second thing is, what does it say in the contract, Roger or Robert, that is there a penalty? I know when you purchase a home, you could lose some, what's earnest money or whatever? Like what does it say in the contract of if we do pull out and decide nope, and if they do say no, it's 500,000. What does that say, and how much money have we already invested? I know in the little thing we did, it was like 15,000, I believe. So where are we at with that?
I'd be happy to answer. The earnest money on the contract is $5,000, I believe, and it's refundable if the city terminates the contract. The city can terminate for title issues. Our title objection went out last week. There are a couple minor items relating to a couple sheds and some other issues to clear up. And then the inspection objection deadline is, as noted in the presentation, is July 14th. And so at any point up until then, the city can tender its notice that there are defects or other issues where the building no longer meets the city's needs, or it doesn't meet the city's anticipated needs. If those items are curable at a minimal cost, the county could elect to do so and require the city to proceed. And so I would caution council about getting too in the weeds on what that price or what negotiation option may be. The motion on the table currently is to issue that termination. I think if that passes, we would proceed accordingly in writing an appropriate letter. And if the county has any interest in renegotiating, they could present that to us as well, rather than the city necessarily having to seek it out. But I don't want us to lose sight of that July 14th deadline and to move it forward in that way. And so rather than Troy, please go ahead and finish.
I was just going to offer a couple of comments. Specifically, so far we've spent about $30,000 to this point between the outside counsel that Robert has had assist us with some of these negotiations, the contract drafting, the energy audit, the assessment of the facility, et cetera. That money, we would be out. As Robert indicated, our earnest money was $7,500, and that's refundable. I don't think the county would intend to kick the food bank or the Head Start program out of the facility. I get a very strong sense throughout this process that they are deeply concerned about those entities, and I think they are aware of this council's contributions, in particular to the food bank as of late. And so I would say you have assisted that food bank. Additionally, I don't think the county would necessarily be interested in lowering the price. The price of this building is way, way, way below already market rate from their perspective, number one. And number two, they were contemplating at one point in time demolishing the facility in totality. So I don't hold out a lot of hope for renegotiating a lower purchase price. It doesn't mean we can't go give it a try, but I just want council to have a sense that in our discussions, the county clearly feels they're giving us a very, very good deal at the price that they've offered the facility at.
Thank you, Troy. And again, for those reasons, and then the staff recommendation, I think that's a big issue is we're going to pile this on if it does go through, or say they do reduce it 100,000, then we have to come back and say, oh, is 100,000 all right for us? And then the staff to service that building. So yeah, I think tonight I'll stay with my motion, or the second that Mayor Huseman motion to.
So I want to chime in from a professional standpoint. I've read McKinstry's report. I do reports like this on a regular basis. Matter of fact, I'm currently in Nebraska right now doing it for Hamilton County, Nebraska. Same thing, looking at the same issues. The dollar values that are put in there, those are an estimate, and those dollar values can significantly change. There's certain things in that facility that I'm very concerned about, especially the water damage. You only see water damage from the external. They did not tear into the wall and look at that. And whenever I see water damage like that, the first thing I do is recommend an engineer come out and look at it, and that engineer is the one that gives you the price. So while we're looking at almost $700,000 in repairs, that price is going to go up exponentially as we start tearing into walls and looking at water damage that exists and looking at other things. You've seen where the soffits are crumbling up there, that rebar is sitting up there exposed. Those are all red flags to anything that you're looking at, on top of all the equipment items that need to get replaced. So I was all in favor of purchasing this. I think that the city does well to have more facilities in their portfolio, and I think that's a good strong point to hold on to. But seeing the condition of the facility and some of those structural issues that need to be repaired, I think that we would be entering into a money pit that we would not be able to come out of. And then just like other people have said, we failed just to maintain the grounds at the dog track, trying to add on that, trying to maintain a facility. And what happens whenever the ceiling starts leaking on kids, and what happens whenever the food bank starts getting food spoilage because of that kind of stuff. That's not a situation that any of us should want to be in. So I continue with my motion that we should pull out of the PSA. Should Adams County want to renegotiate, then it would be on them to come to us to say, hey, we've heard your concerns, let's renegotiate. But right now, this is not a good deal for the city, not a good deal for the taxpayers, and we need to move on. Any other discussion after those comments? Seeing no other discussion, we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
I'm clarifying that it's to vote not to purchase it, correct?
That is correct. The motion on the table is to direct staff to pull out of the purchase and sale agreement for the Hanan building.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. All right, that's the end of our presentations for the evening. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 3 items listed under the consent agenda. This includes the revised minutes of May 4th, 2020 meeting that Councilmember Noble removed for correction at the last meeting. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item of consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda by council as seated. Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Councilwoman Grimes.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the titles?
Revised minutes of May 4, 2020, ordinance 2276, and ordinance amending the 2020 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by recognizing CARES Act funding and authorizing the execution of a related intergovernmental agreement. Resolution 2020-33, resolution authorizing renewal of Microsoft Enterprise Agreement for the purchase and use of Microsoft products, software, and services.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. The titles have been read. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public hearing. Give me 1 second, please. Tonight's public hearing is a zoning ordinance to rezone 8600 Rosemary Street from I-2 to public at the request of South Adams County Fire Department. Remind the council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if they wish to participate in the decision. To rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will open the public hearing and ask staff to make a presentation.
I have moved Stacy Wassinger, city planner, as a panelist. Stacy, I will display the presentation. Just let me know when you want me to go to the next slide. Are there any members that would be on the webinar that you would like to go ahead as far as the applicants, and let me move over to panelists before we begin?
If Seth Rea and Ken Kroger are on the line, they would be representatives for the applicant.
I have moved them to panelists for the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This is Z-204-79-15-20, which is a request by South Adams County Fire Department to rezone about half-acre tract from I-2 to public. Next slide, please. So the required public notifications are listed on this slide. All information pertinent to notice and publication is in the record. Staff has received no requests for additional information and no written comments were received for this item. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we're showing 2 separate parcels here because there are 2 parcels that are sort of pertinent to this discussion. The first is the existing fire station site, which is on the west side here. It currently contains fire station number 4 and fleet services building, which are proposed to remain. It is zoned public. The zoning history on this is that the original fire station was built in 1960, and then when it was annexed into the city, it was zoned ag and granted a use by permit for that use. But with the current land development code, all public uses have to be in the public zone. So in 2015, it was rezoned to public to allow the replacement of that fire station number 4 to the existing building. And the size of the site is approximately 1.24 acres. The subject of this rezone is the parcel to the east, pointed out there. It's about a half an acre that is currently vacant and zoned I2. It was zoned I1 with annexation into the city in approximately 1985, and then rezoned to I2 in 2016 with the Instell Steel rezone. In 2017, this parcel was carved off for the fire department and specifically for their use. The comp plan designation for this is general industrial public, which I'll go into in a little more detail in subsequent slides. And this is the subject of the rezone. Next slide, please. So this is just an aerial of the current site showing you the existing fire station 4, which is the building closest to Rosemary Street. And then the existing fleet services building, which is the building that ultimately is requested to be expanded towards the east there. Next slide, please. The applicant's request is to rezone that tract A, the half acre from I2 to public. There's a concurrent subdivision plat and development plan under the administrative review process. The plat is to consolidate the existing fire station site and the half acre tract under the rezone request today. And the development plan is for the expansion of that fleet services building, approximately 6,000 square feet, kind of expanded just to the east. Next slide, please. So here's the Irondale infrastructure plan, neighborhood and infrastructure plan, future land use map. And as you can see there, the existing fire station site is designated public, and then this half acre site is partially public, partially general industrial, with the note that these land use plan are not necessarily going parcel by parcel. So there's acknowledgement that this site exists as a public use in the Irondale plan. Next slide, please. So a little more on the Irondale Neighborhood and Infrastructure Plan. It was developed in 2017 to 2018, and this proposed rezone is consistent with the goals of that plan. In particular, that the Irondale plan does acknowledge that existing fire station and the expectation that the use will remain. In addition, the comprehensive plan, the bigger comprehensive plan, does encourage coordination with the fire district and again allows those public uses as sort of a secondary use in the general industrial future land use designation. Next slide, please. With this proposed rezone, there is a proposed condition, essentially that the consolidation plat be completed within 9 months of the rezone. The reason for that condition is that the consolidation plat is needed for the building expansion, as buildings cannot cross property lines per the land development code, but also that the concurrent applications were reviewed based on the fact that those lots would be consolidated. So without that consolidation, this half acre lot to be rezoned may not have adequate access, lot frontage, or other improvements. So the consolidation is really necessary for this development to proceed. So we do typically, if we have such a condition, the typical would be more of a 6 months, but in light of current conditions, staff had recommended an additional 3 months to ensure the applicant has adequate time. Based on conversation with the applicant and the current status of those concurrent reviews, staff doesn't anticipate that there would be any issue in meeting that 9-month condition. Next slide, please. In terms of public improvements, when that fire station number 4 was constructed in 2015, public improvements were made at that time. With this rezone and expansion of the building, the current access and pavement markings are expected to remain, and traffic patterns are not expected to be impacted. additional trips are expected to be negligible or minor. And the concurrent development applications will meet city requirements through that administrative review process. Next slide, please. So based on the applicant's request, the Planning Commission did find that the rezoning is justified, that the public zone is consistent with the future land use and comprehensive plan goals, that this rezone will allow for the development of the property in the Irondale area and expansion of fire services, and that the concurrent applications for the proposed expansion to the fleet services building are consistent with the public zoning. Next slide, please. So the zone change approval criteria is met with this proposed application as well, that the change is compatible with the proposed development and surrounding land uses, that the area where the change is requested is changing and is in the public's interest to allow this use, that the change is consistent with city adopted plans, and that the change is needed to provide a proper mix of uses in the area. Next slide, please. So Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item on May 12th. No comment or testimony from the public was submitted at that hearing. And the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval to the City Council regarding this case with that one condition regarding the consolidation plat. Next slide, please. And with that, staff concludes our presentation. It's available to answer any questions. The applicant is also present to speak if there are any questions from council.
Are there any questions for staff regarding this? Seeing no questions from council to staff, are there any questions from council to the applicant regarding this? And I believe, Mr. Gibson, we don't have anybody registered to speak on this matter.
Mr. Mayor, correct. Nobody registered to speak and no written comments were submitted by the deadline.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, I guess the only question that I have for the applicant is the outcome what you were searching for? Is the condition viable for what your anticipated timeline is? Is there anything you'd like to add before we consider and make a vote?
Staff?
Nothing to add, no. The timeline sounds great. Should be plenty of time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions for either staff or the applicant? Seeing no requests, we'll close the public hearing. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Mayor Pro Tem.
I motion to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Is there any discussion?
Turn that back on.
Seeing no discussion, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
Yes.
Mayor Hughesman.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z-204-79-15-2 and approve it on first reading by council as seated. Mayor Pro Tem.
I motion to introduce ordinance Z-204-79-15-2 and approve on first reading by council as seated.
Thank you. Councilwoman Alan Thomas.
I second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z-204-79-15-2 and approve it on first reading by council seated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title?
Ordinance Z-204-79-15-20, an ordinance amending ordinance Z-204-79-15 to rezone half-acre from I-2 to public for the property located approximately 8600 Rosemary Street in Tract A of Instill Steel, West Subdivision, Commerce City, Colorado, and amending the zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado to reflect said rezoning.
Oh, that was a mouthful. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Houston,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are ordinances on first reading. First up is ordinance 2268, weeds and grass code updates. This item was continued from May 4th and May 18th, 2020. Public and written comments were heard during citizen communication. Will Community Development Director Jason Rogers please provide an update on the ordinance?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Good evening once again. I wanted to take a moment that per the motion on May 18th at the City Council meeting on this item, staff has crafted and included additional language we believe that meets the intent of council. If Dylan, if you please can bring up the PowerPoint presentation very quickly.
Yes, sir. Just one moment here.
Thank you, Dylan.
Sure.
So as stated before, staff, once again, understanding the motion per council at the May 18th meeting, we have crafted and brought forward language. The proposed language is accomplished or is provided in section 6, 2012 B1D, public right-of-way adjacent to property that has been actively farmed with commercial crops for the last 3 years. 2 is greater than 1 acre, and 3 lacks curb gutter and sidewalks, are exempted from having to perform any maintenance within the or adjacent to the public rights of way. Next slide, please, Dylan. In regards to that, and I will hand this over to Joe Wilson, Public Works Director. In regards to the motion and obviously the updated language, Public Works has been conducting additional due diligence and is willing to provide some additional details on that due diligence as it relates to the impact or the consideration of the new language.
With respect to the crafted language, even with the narrow scope for the exception, we've identified possibly 480 some parcels that may be impacted by this exception that we would need to evaluate in terms of the amount of extra work and or man hours / commitment in terms of funding for the city to maintain those right-of-ways that are excluded as a result of this exemption. So we're in the process of evaluating those properties, but we will probably need a couple, 3 more weeks to be able to give you a total aggregate of what that impact is going to be with respect to cost and man hours to the Public Works Department to add that inventory to our maintenance work with respect to right-of-way maintenance.
Thank you, Joe. With that ends staff's update. Once again, we wanted to be able to provide you with the crafted language. It is attached both in clean and red line version for your review tonight. Once again, as stated within the PowerPoint presentation, you can find it within section 6-2012 B1D within the exceptions of the weeds prevention ordinance. At the same time, we also wanted to provide you with additional details for your consideration to be able to make an informed decision. Other than that, staff is available for any questions that you might have.
Any questions for staff on this item? Councilman Madera?
So in 2 to 3 weeks, you can give us a cost estimate for those 400 properties?
Yes, sir. We probably wouldn't be able to provide that information at the next meeting, but the first meeting in July, I believe that's July 6th, we should have that information available for council's consideration.
And are these properties that would fall under that exception? Is that agriculture or is it all land use types?
It would, it's a mix, but the bulk of them would be the validation that they would be agricultural in nature. Several of these, because of the way the exemption is crafted, we would have to look based on a historical perspective of the land use for the last 1 to 3 years to make a determination if they qualify for the exemption.
So these wouldn't just be actively farm properties, they'd be kind of grandfathered in properties that haven't been PUD'd or rezoned yet?
I'll answer that one, council member. No, it would look at those to Mr. Wilson's position, those that have historically been, I'll say, farmed within the last 3 years, but it also does take into account tenant farmers that may be currently operating on PUD zone land, that hence why we got away from the zoning description of an agricultural land use and paying more particular attention, to the operation on said land, allowing for us to be a little bit more straightforward in our assessment and our analysis of if they are exempted or not.
Okay, so at this point, would be prudent for council to continue this for a couple more meetings so you can get that data together?
I think it would be, in order to help for you all to be able to make a fully informed decision, we think is in the best interest for giving us a little bit more additional time so that we can provide more comprehensive data to Joe's, Mr. Wilson's point. And if there's any questions that may come up from this meeting, we can then once again continue to provide those additional details at your request.
And then my only other question would be, do we have the staff and the manpower currently to do this? Because 400 properties sounds like a lot of property to maintain.
Joe, do you want to tackle that?
If I may, I might want to pass that level of detail over to Mike, our deputy for operations. Mike, available to comment on that?
Yes, sorry for the delay. Let me be clear and back up. I want to add some additional information to what Director Wilson had indicated. So at this point, we really don't know what the impacts are. What we have currently started doing is all parcels north of 80th Avenue. There are approximately 480 parcels that we need to cross-reference for those 3 criteria that are outlined in the ordinance, whether they have curb, gutter, and sidewalk, whether they've been actively farmed for the previous 3 years, and whether they're greater than 1 acre in size. Once we have an opportunity to do that, it very well may be that it's a net wash and that it doesn't really impact the budget. But unfortunately, there's a fair amount of research to be done to be able to give council the information that they need to make an informed decision. So it would be beneficial if we could get that extra time.
And there wasn't any properties south of 80th?
We started north of 80th, and then we will move to south of 80th. However, I'm not familiar with too many parcels that are farmed in the southern portion of the city or below 80th Avenue.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, I'm looking for a motion. Councilman Hurst.
I'd like to run a motion to delay this meeting until the July 6th, or delay this topic or this vote until the July 6th meeting.
Mr. Mayor, you're on.
Thank you. I have an ordinance to continue ordinance 2268 until the July 6th meeting. Councilman Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue ordinance 2268 until the July 6th meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. That'll be continued to the July 6th meeting. Next on the agenda is ordinance 2282, an ordinance authorizing temporary outdoor service areas for restaurants and bars in the city of Commerce City. Will the city attorney please explain the process for this ordinance?
Thank you, Mayor. As the council knows, this ordinance was approved as an emergency ordinance during the special meeting on last Thursday. Tonight, the council would simply redo the vote as a motion to ratify that approval because it was passed in kind of strange circumstances, just to make sure there's no defect there. I'm happy to go through the presentation should the council want that for the public. Even if council doesn't want that, I want to note that there was some engagement done with restaurant operators in the city through our economic development department. Generally positive feedback, some suggestions for additional concepts that we'd like to explore over the next month, including possibly having an extended hour until 11 o'clock for operation on Thursdays and Fridays. I think because we rolled this out very quickly, seeing how this works over the next few weeks would be very beneficial so that we can make a lot of changes as needed in that time. So if council just wanted to proceed with the ratification, that would be my recommendation. I'm happy to go through the presentation if desired.
Does anybody wish to have the presentation? Seeing no request for the presentation, no one registered to provide public comment, no written comments were submitted. I'm looking for a motion and a second to ratify the approval of ordinance 2282 as an emergency ordinance at the May 28th, 2020 special meeting. Councilwoman Noble.
I move to ratify the approval of ordinance 2282 as an emergency ordinance from the May 28th, 2020 special meeting.
Thank you. Councilwoman Grimes.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to ratify the approval of ordinance 2282 as an emergency ordinance at the May 28th, 2020 special meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for further discussion, will the city clerk please read the title of ordinance 2282?
Ordinance 2282, an emergency ordinance authorizing temporary outdoor service areas for restaurants and bars in the city of Commerce City, Colorado.
City clerk has read the title. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Hughesman,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. Next is administrative council business. Are there any council members with nothing on the agenda? Are there any council members wishing to address anything on administrative council business? Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
Yes, thank you. I had requested at the last council meeting for city staff on Vasquez over the little bridge right before you get to Mill Road. There appears to be a female that is homeless and living under the bridge. And I was wondering if I'm really concerned for her safety and welfare. Has anyone from staff tried to reach out to her and see if there's somewhere we can help her or, get her some help? Because like I said, I noticed her there. I brought it up at the last council meeting. She's been there almost 3 weeks. And I seen her there again yesterday. And I'm just wondering, is there something we can do to help her? Or has staff looked into that since the last council meeting? So Roger, or I'm not sure, or Troy, do you know, or can someone follow up and let city council and the mayor know? Because like I said, a few days it was raining, and I wasn't sure whether to approach her, but I did bring that up at the last council meeting.
Offhand, I do not know what became of that, but we certainly will find out. I don't know if the chief is available, if he is aware of any contact. I believe the chief is listening to us.
Okay. Well, or if you guys can if staff can just get back to us, or if Chief Nichols, if you can let the mayor and city council know, please. Because like I said, I'm real concerned for her safety and, welfare, plus going along Commerce City and, we have a female living under a bridge in Commerce City. So staff can look into that, and Chief Nichols, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, can do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, as stated earlier, I'd like to discuss the qualifications for the city's grant program that we have for small business during the COVID-19 crisis. I appreciate Troy's explanation as to what the qualifications became and why that direction was decided. And I'd like to have a discussion here from my colleagues on the idea of, I don't want to define the conversation for everybody else, but my idea is that, a business that's operating within the city limits, that had a business license in Commerce City, should qualify. To put ourselves in a box on who we can and cannot help is not necessarily something that I'm a fan of. Now, I understand that there are some at-home businesses that may not qualify because of the size of their staff or the service they provide or the good that they provide. But to my feeling, at-home businesses lump quite a bit of different services that could possibly come out of there. You could have a landscaping business that could be out of the home. You can have a lot of different small business startups, if you will, but then a pretty essential business of childcare. If you were deemed an essential employee and you continue to work this entire time, and your kid was going to school and that school was an option for them, but that school is struggling to stay afloat and survive as a child care facility. It seems to me that was our intent, to help support those types of businesses during this COVID-19 response. It's my personal opinion, but I would love to hear from my colleagues on that.
Councilwoman Noble.
I didn't know I had my hand up. However, is one of the considerations whether people pay rent, like on their businesses on the storefront, or how did you arrive at it? How do you arrive at it? The criteria regarding people receiving the grant funds who do not have storefronts, not receiving. Oh, I think I'm getting tired. Sorry, folks. Do you understand my question?
My question.
Yes, I would defer that to Deputy Smith.
So as I mentioned earlier, when we did the research on the program, that was the recommendation of many of the different entities who had done these grants before us, that they recommended to us, and they had in their criteria. So we wrote that initial criteria in the presentation that was provided to council the night council authorized staff to build the program. So we carried that forward based upon the discussion that evening. I don't believe there was any particular discussion that night about that specific criteria, but it was included in the presentation that we made that first evening to council.
I think Councilmember Hurst is making an interesting argument, especially since we're talking about essential services, if you will, the daycare, if they were open during those 2 months, or 3 months. And I believe you said that if we do another round of money, that it would make sense then, rather than for this one, because the deadline is coming up in 2 days.
Yeah, council can set, direction for us about any of the criteria that are contained within the program. And certainly not all of them were in the presentation that we did for you that night. There was additional building of the criteria and legal language that had to be constructed to help support the program. So if council does decide to do future rounds of any kind of grant funding, and you wish to change any of the criteria that we created for this initial wave of funding, then you certainly have the ability to make changes to that as you see fit.
Thank you.
Councilman Wadiola.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilman Hurst, I got 2 requests in the first rounds, not of daycares, but 2 different jobs. And I sent them through city staff, and city staff did a great job of explaining why. And I hear your concern, but I think opening it up, now we're going to be discriminating against other that we deemed not essential, but those people need to make a living too. So I think I hear your concern. When I talked to the folks that owned a landscaping business and a house cleaning business, both registered in Commerce City, out of their homes, they were getting jobs here and there because they were trying to survive themselves. But are we in that business saying, oh, no, you know what, you're not deemed essential? So I think if we get into the weeds, it's going to open up for a lot more potential. There's an 18-year-old, 19-year-old that has an LLC here in Bell Creek that watches kids. She does it as a part-time job. She's a college student. Is that the same as your example, right? I don't know. I want it to be fair, and I think how we have it is the fairest as we can. The there's a lot of homemade businesses that are surviving, that lost in this opportunity. But do we want to put staff in those predicaments where they have to deem this one essential and they get the 5,000 and this one doesn't? Now we have other issues. So I would, when I talk to both those business owners, one who has done work for myself, it was hard conversation, but we're going down a different path. I think if we're starting to open it up, I think for the next round, we could definitely make exceptions in saying we open it all to everybody. Then if that's the path council desires, I think we open it up to anybody. If you have a business license in Commerce City, then you're open to it. But if we pick and choose what businesses we deem essential, that's not our role. Even though childcare is, childcare is big time. But I just think if we open it up for anybody that has a business license in the city of Commerce City, regardless of how many employees. It has to be fair. But I definitely hear that, and I would say we wait for the next round, if there's a next round, to put this on city staff in 2 days, or that this application goes up. It just wouldn't be. I don't think it'd be the right time to do that.
Councilman Madera.
Yeah, I can see, both sides of it. On the one hand, it's tough telling people that they don't qualify, but on the other hand, I think that the rules were set out there. So at least for this round, I don't think we should change the rules. At least not while we're accepting applications and already put all this information out there. And then, my other concern was exactly kind of what Jose was touching upon, where anyone can get a business license, register a LLC, or, any of those types of, small businesses and not actively work them, right? So there's, tons of companies out there that they haven't used their LLC for whatever reason. They started a new business or they went to work for someone else, and so this would open it up for that, where people can take advantage of the system. That I think is the spirit is to try to keep storefronts open and businesses in Commerce City, right? Because that's the real risk. Is a lot of people had no income the past couple of months, and they could be closing up shop. I mean, we've seen it all over the place. Some of our favorite restaurants or bars or whatever have announced the past couple of months that they're closing, and I think that's kind of the spirit of this. I'm open to opening it up for more people the next round. The other reason I think it was limited was because we knew that we were going to have more demand than we had funds available to help people. So we're trying to be targeted in that sense. So at least for this round, I think we should just stick with the rules that we already put out there. And then the next round, we can open it up a little bit more.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, I hear you guys. I mean, 2 days before the application and the literature that's gone out and the preparation does make that tough. And I'm not disputing that. I know the staff has put a lot of hard work into delivering this at a quick turnaround. So I can appreciate that. And I do think they've done a good job. And I also admit, the first time this was presented to me, I didn't anticipate some of the unintended consequences. But one thing I do want to point out is we didn't create the list of essential functions, and you'll find plenty of people that might not agree with the list is long enough or it's too long, and I'm sure you can get all sides of this. But I don't think we'd be designating anything new. The authorities that be that have kind of ruled over this whole COVID-19 thing did the designations, and we're following suit. So to me, that is staying consistent and fair with what, alignment with what the state has done, what the feds have done, and what our county has done in terms of essential services. And so that's kind of why I push this along, is because we've already identified these businesses being essential to our community. All businesses are absolutely essential to our community, but as Oscar was saying, there are businesses out there that are just make the threshold of over $5,000 a year, things like that. I know how to do the research to do 3 years of tax records to make sure that a business has consistently been in business contributing. So it does take work. I understand that, but to me, that seems like a pretty easy fix, where you set the recommendations or set the standards to an active business that obviously had a business license before March 1st of 2020. So, I hear you on the next round, but we haven't had that discussion. We haven't discussed what that money is. We haven't discussed where it's coming from and who's all going to agree to that. So the tough part for me is these businesses that I'm talking about, and there's more than just one, may not be there when we go for the next round. And we may never get them back, because the small businesses are the hardest ones to get back started. You don't have the same type of clientele, Rolodex, if you will, to get these people returning once you get back on your feet and get the business moving again. So something that, I would passionately continue to advocate for is that putting ourselves in a box on who we can keep afloat, our help with this grant money becomes a challenge. The same challenges as telling people, or the same challenge that we're talking about trying to manage for the staff is going to be the same one. From my point of view, when we're talking about recovery from the COVID-19, I think what we need to do, I loved the presentation that Roger made today with all of the active, building permits that are going through and all of the stuff that we're working on. But what's our plan to keep the businesses that we currently have? And I'm not, that's a topic of discussion. I'm not, being hard on the city for not having a long drawn out plan for this, but this is something I'd like us to consider. And this is part of my argument is, our intent is to help keep our current businesses going, and small business is what makes up the majority of our city. And so trying to dictate which ones we can and cannot support becomes a challenge for everybody. I completely understand that. And so just trying to, keep one message of continuity between what these delegations have been, for essential services or essential jobs, whatever you want to say. That was the spirit I was trying to move forward with. Whether we agree on those delegations or not, it's probably going to be a pretty long discussion after this COVID-19 moves on of how how Tri-County and the state made mandates that we had to follow, and we had, very little to say with that. I'm sure we're going to have some pretty good discussions around that. And this may be one of them. It's just, how do we manage this recovery process? Because, we're not fully out of it, according to, our governor. And so we're still learning as we go. But in the meantime, I think we should be taking the feedback that we're getting from our community and trying to be as flexible and fair as possible. So I get it, man. Like there's business types that don't traditionally fit the mold of what we were looking to do, but having that type of flexibility seems to be the intent that we originally made. And so just trying to find a program that best fits that intent is what I'm advocating for. So I'm more than willing to hear topics of discussion on what this next round that we're talking about is. But until then, I would support us trying to expand the availability of this grant program.
Councilman Waddiolo?
Yeah, and I think also we still have more money coming from the county. And that we haven't discussed what we could use for this pandemic. So trying to change the rules 2 days before the application goes live, I believe we're not setting up our staff to succeed. And if we're going to be fair, yeah, it's essential, but the people I talked to thought their business was essential because they still had to work. And for us to start making those decisions right now, 2 days before the application goes live, is setting up our staff and ourselves to say, oh, well, why didn't my business get included in this? I think I would be better off. I think this discussion is a really good discussion, and I think we have to have it, but we still have money left over from the county coming through where we don't have to wait for the next wave, and we could maybe direct staff into saying, hey, we want a program that helps our at-home businesses, small businesses that have been registered for this many years, or for the next 2 weeks, give us some stuff that we could, maybe a grant program, or we have a lot of options. I just don't think doing it 2 days before this goes live is the right move. I mean, I think we have the money. Let's have a discussion where, hey, direct staff, and we got a study session coming in Monday, and then we have a council meeting. How could we help these businesses? And you're right. I think we have to start thinking the recovery process, because these grants only take the businesses so far. What kind of money do we have to help them recover? These couple businesses already gone out, and that's the risk you take as a business owner too, but I don't think 2 days before it goes live, we're going to change the rules to a specific one, not just being a fair, but a specific industry. And now we're telling the other industry, sorry, I know you worked, but it's not essential. I just think we could do better and find a way that in the next 2 weeks that staff could come up to us and see how we could do a grant program specifically for businesses that use their personal address or at home, not storefronts. And that way they have maybe their own specific grants that have different requirements that we could really help with, because we did leave them out, and I think everybody left them out, and that's a huge concern. But throwing them in this pot, I would disagree.
Councilwoman Ellen Thomas.
I just wanted to express that I agree with Council Member Guardiola, but I wanted to see just maybe like at a study session or something for city staff to think about possibly exploring in the next round is it possible to use some of the money, since we didn't agree to purchase the Honan building, maybe could some of that money go towards helping these businesses during the next round? So just if that's something, just to throw out there, if it's a possibility to use some of those funds for that. Thanks.
Just a quick follow-up to that. These grant programs that you all are authorizing are eligible expenses for CARES Act dollars. The money that was appropriated from the Honan building are general fund dollars. And so I would just suggest that we use restricted funds like CARES Act dollars first before we would use general fund expenditures would be my recommendation, but the council can direct expenditures how they see fit.
Thank you, Troy.
Troy, I appreciate you jumping in there because maybe math's not my strong suit, but I seem to remember that we still had a portion of money that was attached to the leftovers from the county that we have not allocated yet. So tonight, I guess I should clear up. I really wasn't advocating for us to change in 2 days. It was a discussion of, we left some businesses out that at least in my personal opinion, and including the ones that Jose talked about, could be essential. I know one of the feedback that I got was we had to shut down for 2 months and come back at a significantly reduced. And we have no options. We don't have the federal money. We don't have the state money. We don't have county money. So, what can we do? Can you help me find a way? And so, and I understand that sometimes our position is that we have to come back and say, no, there is no way that we currently have. So I would like to run a motion that we have staff come back at a reasonable time for them, which my hope is as soon as possible, to give us a plan that wouldn't just consider at-home businesses, but the next round for us to consider using CARES Act dollars that we can continue to support small businesses in Commerce City that provide services to our residents.
Okay, we have a motion to direct staff to explore a program to impact Commerce City businesses that do not operate out of a brick and mortar storefront, more focused on the at-home businesses. Councilman Madera?
Second.
A motion and a second. We'll now go to discussion. I'm going to start with discussion on this. Interesting conversation because I think that most of us have probably been contacted by a business. I apologize to the business community, especially those that do not operate in traditional brick and mortar, those that operate at more at their home or other locations within Commerce City. This is something that I didn't catch, and I failed to catch that we had this omission in there. It was brought up to me last week by a business owner who does a lot of consulting. And he said, look, I consult for a lot of Commerce City businesses. I'm still a business, and yet I'm not even allowed to even apply and be considered. There's been a lot of conversation about we shouldn't be picking and choosing what business is essential and non-essential, but we've basically done that by saying if you don't have a storefront, then you're not even eligible to apply. I think that we messed up in that regard. I think that the proper thing to have done would have been to allow any business that has a business license that has been operating to apply and let the scoring criteria used in the matrix developed by staff determine which businesses got money and which didn't. There were non-essential businesses that got money. It didn't just go out to essential businesses. It went to non-essential, which honestly, the non-essential ones were the ones that were shut down and impacted probably more so than the essential businesses that were out there because they weren't able to keep their doors open. There's been a lot of talk about, we can't do this to them 2 days before. I don't see a lot of work being involved in changing the website. A couple sentences in there to remove a structure out of that that says, hey, you have to have a storefront. Even though the application period opens for 2 days, it doesn't close until a week from today. And then the following week, staff can actually evaluate. So I don't feel like we would be looking at only dropping this on them with only 2 days opportunity to make corrections because the application is going to be coming in over a week. I think it's a pretty simple thing to say, hey, we are opening it out to any business in Commerce City that's been in business since before the COVID-19 disaster declaration was done. And we use the scoring criteria against everybody. I don't see it as a huge change in how we do things to simply say, hey, if you're a business that operates out of your home, you're still available. If you're that tax accountant that's out there doing people's taxes, for the last 2 months, no one's been doing taxes. The April 15th deadline came and went. The busiest season for a tax accountant came and went, and they weren't doing any work. So how does that tax accountant continue to work? The consulting businesses that are out there, the people who were not able to do the massages and everything else that operates out of our houses in Commerce City, or out of facilities that maybe they don't actually own, or maybe they're just a contractor that sits in there like a salon, something like that. So I actually think that there is an opportunity for us to correct a wrong. We probably, I think if you listen to most everybody, you'll hear that we were kind of shocked that this was a requirement in the ordinance, and having to get clarification from our staff as far as why it was in there shows that we didn't fully understand what the ordinance said. So I actually think we owe it to our business community to say, you know what, this round of funding, you should be available. And let's make that simple change to simply say, hey, it doesn't matter what business you are, as long as you meet that criteria outside of the storefront, you should be able to apply. And how the chips fall with the matrix and the scoring, that's how it falls. But I just don't see that we keep coming up with reasons why we can't make an impact. And that's what we're trusted to do, is make an impact. And we're trusted to lead our community, and we're trusted to go out there and do things that are going to support them. So we should be doing that. And we should be removing roadblocks to the hindrance that they have had to endure for the last 2.5 months. So that's my opinion on that, but we do have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion outside of that? Councilwoman Noble.
Mayor Huseman, were you asking for an amendment?
I'm not asking for an amendment. I'm not asking for an amendment. I gave my opinion, and if the motion makers wanted to make an amendment, that's on them to do so, but I'm not asking them to do so. I'm just expressing my opinion in the discussion portion of this motion that was made.
Deputy City Manager Tinklenberg, how tricky would it be? You know, I can certainly go with Mayor Huseman's idea if it's no big deal, as he says.
I would have to, again, turn to Deputy Smith and City Attorney Sheasley, because I have not been involved in drafting the program and thinking through the implications. So I would have to defer to them.
Thank you, Roger. The advertisement for this process to include the forms is already out on our webpage. The application materials aren't available until June 3rd. But I think to rewrite the criteria probably will take us more than 2 days to accomplish. We had a group of people that came together and helped us, look through this. And I'm guessing that if we change this criteria, we also will need to make changes to the scoring and then all the materials that we have already created. So I don't think that if we wanted to stop the process now and make the changes today, I think we would be delaying the application process.
Thank you.
Councilman Wadiola.
When are we expected for the next round? Could we make that deadline? It doesn't have to. Why we keep saying the next round? Could we direct staff to start it now, and by the next council meeting, that gives them 2 weeks to come up and modify the application. So this round could go. And I agree with you, Mayor, but also I think sometimes we think that this is so simple and it takes a lot of hands to do. And, I agree. I apologize to both those businesses because we didn't take that in consideration. But making it right in 2 days, there's a process. And most business that I talk to understand the government process. And staff is going to do something. But I think if we make the new deadline, we don't have to wait for the next wave. We keep talking about a wave. Let's direct staff so we could open it up as soon as you can, like Councilman Hurst said. But in 2 days, I still think, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the folks are going to say we're anti-small business because I could already hear it, and it's not that. It's we got to look what staff could do. And I think if we say the next 2 weeks, we want a process for all businesses. And get the application out as soon as you guys can. You guys can modify the matrix, which you have the bones in the foundation of it. So I don't think it should be that easy, but 2 days is just too fast for me.
Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, I'm going to ask for the motion maker to restate his motion for me so that that can go on record, and then we'll take a roll call vote.
So I'd like to, considering discussion, I'd like to make an amendment to my motion that that we direct staff to give us a number on which we can work with out of the CARES Act funding. So I don't know if that was 500,000 that we had left. I'm doing that strictly off memory. So please correct me if that's wrong. But if you can give us that number and give us assurance that there's a game plan in place and a date within 2 weeks, next week at our study session. So a small presentation, 5 to 10 minutes long. Here's the work we've done this week to try to do a third round. Here's the money that it's available. I think that'll give us the opportunity to, I'd really like to vote on this before 2 weeks, because then it will take an extra couple more days to implement. But if at all possible, that's the best. I think that's the best case scenario for us if we don't push it forward tonight. So my motion would be, the amendment would be to direct staff to come back to us on June 8th and tell us what we can do and how much we can spend on this next round, and the changes that made based off of the discussions we had tonight. Wish I could simplify that, sorry, but.
Councilman Guardiola, you were the second on the motion. Do you accept the amendment?
So yeah, it was
Oscar.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. Councilman Madera, do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion considering that the motion has been amended? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
Yes.
Mayor Hughesman.
Yes,
Passes 9-0.
thank you. Are there any other council members wishing to address anything under administrative council business? Councilwoman Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you. One thing I forgot to mention that I promised my constituents that I would bring up. Roger or Troy, can you put a word out to someone at Public Works to look into getting those weeds cut outside the Greyhound Park property? There's a lot of weeds growing along the property, and it looks really bad. A lot of constituents have called me and texted me and reached out to me. So within the next few weeks, can you see if they can try and maintain that property a little better? Because like I said, the weeds and then the weeds between the sidewalks, etc., and all along the fence line is getting pretty excessive. So, I appreciate all their hard work, but if they can look into that as well, I would greatly appreciate it, and my constituents as well. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Noble.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a couple of things. First of all, thank you so much for all of your effort on 112th and getting that taken care of. That comes as really great news that Oakwood will be addressing that with both water and potentially Envirotech next week. So that's really great. I'd also like to talk about the Villages East Park. And if you could potentially bring us information on all of the public parks in Commerce City. I'm really curious as to why this one is having a particular problem in terms of the native grasses that should be growing there, the weeds, and then also the turf issues. I had heard that there is a video perhaps, or a presentation that was made at some point to the previous council that came through someone on the Parks and Rec committee. So that would be really helpful to know that information. And do I need to make a motion about having them bring us information about the parks?
You're referring to a previous presentation that was made, so we'll dig that up and send that out to you. But yes, there are turf problems there because of the underlying dirt conditions, basically. So,
Right. But I'm familiar with amending soil because, you know, we're gardeners. So you can help us understand, but also then what's going on at the other parks, because all of them should be considered at the same time. And then the second is that, while I was on the subject of Oakwood, if you and Councilmember Alan Thomas talking about weeds, if you could talk to Oakwood about the weeds at the corner of Parkside and Landmark.
okay.
Thank you.
Going back to you commented other parks. What
public parks? The public parks in Commerce City. Just a status report on their conditions.
Okay.
So that we have a full overview of what needs to be addressed and what's good and where the issues are. And at a future meeting, I'm going to make this a motion. I had previously asked about getting the revenue and expenses every month for all council members from council members who are in other cities. I understand that that is pro forma in their cities. And so sometimes when we're making decisions, such as with the Honan building earlier, it would be really helpful if we knew where the buckets are and whether we're in good shape or not. And since we have budget oversight, I think it would be really helpful. But I'll do that at a future meeting. Thank you.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, I apologize. I meant to lower my hand because I was going to ask a question about that park as well. It was answered. So hand going down. Apologize.
Councilwoman Grimes.
Yeah, thank you. Roger, I had sent a message last week about the condition of the pedestrian experience at 112th and Chambers. And while the roadway is in much better condition now, the crossing area to cross 112th is still pretty messy, and it's a little bit confusing if you're riding a bike there or trying to cross walking. Is there any way we can get somebody to clean up kind of there's quite a bit of dirt on the road there where people are crossing, and then also maybe some kind of signage just to watch out for pedestrians there, because it's a little bit it's a little messy with all of the orange temporary fencing.
Was there any improvement after we contacted them?
Not specifically to the pedestrian crossing area. The actual Chambers where the cars are driving is in much better condition now.
Okay.
Thanks, Roger.
Yep.
Any other administrative council business? Mr. Tinklenberg, did you have comments to make?
Just that item that I had mentioned in the earlier presentation, we need clarification from council regarding the motion to allocate $500,000 of CARES Act for assistance for mortgage and rental assistance. So we have the $246,000, and that will result in about $200,000 going out the door for rental assistance. That is from the CDBG pot of money under CARES Act. And so this other money coming through the county is separate. It's all CARES Act money, but it has separate rules, different rules associated with it. And wow, lost my color here for a second, sorry. So we need to find out what the council's intent was. That do we add 500,000 and in essence administer it separately from the 200,000, or do we simply add enough to get the total up to 500,000? So we just wanted to verify what your intent was on that.
My intention at the time of the motion was it would be a separate $500,000 because it's coming from a different bucket of money. If council wishes to amend that, then somebody can make a motion to amend that should they wish to. Councilman Hurst.
No intention to amend. Really a clarifying question. Understanding what the original intention was and understanding the question that, or the discussion we had about small businesses. You just clearly defined that the 200,000, 200 plus thousand, but essentially 200,000 from the CB, the community block grant. Those have certain stipulations to it. If we add this 500,000, will we have the ability to create more flexibility in that program where the community block grant might have some restrictions to it? Can we add this 500,000 with less restrictive and be less restrictive with the intention of not putting ourselves into a box? I don't think we intended to do so with the small business, and I don't think we intend to do so here. So will that the rules attached to the county money or the 500,000 that we were going to add to it give us a little more flexibility and freedom in the way that that program would be delivered?
Well, the rules are different. So in that sense, more flexibility is possible. However, Maker, the organization that we've been in talks with to administer it, said they would have to administer it with the same rules because they've been inundated from other cities with the same program. And so they would want to keep it all consistent. And so it would have the same criteria, if you will, in terms of qualifications for the money. There is one other provider, that would be Salvation Army, but we have not had discussions with them about their capacity to take something like this on.
Yeah, so just please understand the intent of that question really is, again, I don't want to get ourselves in a bad spot where we intend to help people, but we put ourselves into this corner where there's rules that I didn't make, you didn't make, we have to follow those. But to the best of our ability, let's have some flexibility in this so we don't run into a situation where we can never consider all the what ifs. And so how do we create the most flexibility so we can service the community as we intend to? That's really where my ask is, can we move with that type of intent?
So what we can do is we can proceed with the $200,000 program because the intent would be to spend that money first and then move into the next phase, if you will, with the 500,000. And let us explore that question for you and come back with what the options may be.
So with that being said, I would support the original intent of the 500,000. I don't think we would need to do anything different. But as long as the mayor says that, he approves that as part of his motion, I would ask that we just get some feedback on what those stipulations would be after, with the rules around the county money.
Will do. Thank you.
Any other administrative council business? Seeing none, we'll move on to council reports. Deputy City Manager Tinglenberg.
I have nothing further, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley.
Nothing further. I just want to make sure there was nothing that needed to be addressed on boards and commissions scheduling under admin business.
My apologies. That is there. Was there anything needed to be addressed on board and commission meeting schedule?
Nothing significantly different from the last meeting, Mayor. I'll keep it short.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? And returning to the council reports, are there any other council members wishing to make reports? Mayor Pro Tem.
So I just want to update. I attended the NADA meeting this week or last week, sorry. And what came out of that was we did get the update on the priority projects and the list of funding for that. So I just wanted to let you guys know I-270 and Vasquez Boulevard is in the priority list, as well as US 85 and 120th made the priority list. And then endorsed projects, which means they're actively pursuing support, but they're not on the priority list with funding, is 104th Avenue widening from Grandview Ponds to US 85, and then 120th Avenue widening US 85 to E470. They did say that I-270 was the most congested corridor in the state of Colorado. Several studies are underway working toward a preferred design alternative later this year and decision document next year. Public engagement is online only, currently on the project website. They've reviewed past studies, information about current NEPA process, with potential crew deployment in 2020 to collect data. So I just wanted to let you guys know. And I also have Joe Wilson confirming that everything made it on the list, but those are the projects that I also remember. But he's also going through the list to make sure that we have all of our projects that are supposed to be on there in the right areas. So that's all I got.
Councilwoman Noble.
Yes, thank you. I have participated in the Adams County Business Recovery and Resources Committee. I sent you information about that, the summary from that event. I do that weekly. The Adams County, or now it's bi-weekly, the Adams County Regional Economic Program, it's a whole new name for the old Economic Development Group, will be meeting tomorrow morning because Adams County is asking this group to actually make the decisions about the mini grant program. We are participating in that program. So Michelle Claymore is on that with me, and we will be with both voting to say yes, if that's with everyone's permission. And let's see, what is a final thing? I was, that covers it, I think.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, so 2 weeks ago, we voted on allowing E470 to pursue petitioning CSP to have E470 become a hazmat route. All stakeholders have not voted yet, so just an update where that hasn't moved forward yet. There's still presentations occurring in Brighton, Aurora. Adams County, I believe, is getting one tonight. Or today, I believe. So, and I didn't hear back about that, but I just want to keep you guys informed about what's going on there. Right now, it is still a debating issue and has not moved forward, but I will keep you in the loop on if that changes and where that goes. The only other thing I have concerning E470 is a quick request to just to staff, whoever you feel is appropriate for this. They are doing a 10-year plan, they as in being E470, and we have projects that are in that 10-year plan. They're prioritized. They seem to align well with the corridor's improvement and widening. Economies of scale were considered on the timeline. That's all great. Several of our community, the stakeholder communities, have the ability to comment on that 10-year plan. I think in the transition, we missed that ability somehow. We missed passing that on to the city staff. So I've asked E470 to allow us, if we have, allow us the opportunity to comment on the 10-year plan. We can take that offline, but in terms of, I can forward that information on to Public Works and see if they can have some input on there. Tell you the projects do look good, but I don't want the city to not have the city staff not to have the opportunity to also weigh in on that. So if I can touch base with you guys maybe tomorrow, we'll get that connection made so you can review and comment on that.
Thank you.
Councilman Wadiola?
Thank you. Just Cultural Council, the tower artwork got up through. Check it out. It's pretty cool. I know we had a lot of issues with the metal and just, but it's up. So, I mean, we took the drive the other day and it looks pretty cool when you're driving down. Also, the Cultural Council, myself and Councilman Hurst met with them, and our Music in the Park was canceled, but they're reaching out to the bands, and most bands said they'll do a virtual concert for our folks on Facebook Live or Instagram. So we're working with that. We'll be working with staff to stream it. So there's a little bit of hope for the Culture Council has been working hard on that. So just wanted to give you guys an update. When we get the exact dates and what's going to happen, we'll have to share it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members wish to make a report at this time? Seeing none, in the interest of brevity, I'm going to forego a report myself. The next item on the agenda is the executive session. Looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session. Councilwoman Allen Thomas.
I make a motion that we enter into executive session.
Councilman Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 parentheses 4 parentheses B for the purpose of receiving legal advice relative to a potential liability claim. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no, Councilwoman Grimes.
Could we be afforded a quick bio break prior to starting exec session?
Absolutely.
Cool.
Any other discussion? Take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes 9-0.
Thank you. The executive session will be conducted in a separate Zoom meeting. The city council will return to this Zoom meeting to adjourn at the conclusion of the executive session. The city attorney has provided a link for that Zoom meeting. Please be in there by 10:50 in order to proceed. Thank you.
rearrange.
Good morning, Commerce City. Thank you for staying with us. There being no further business to come before the City of Commerce City, we are adjourned. Have a good evening and a safe week.